1.
Okay, guys, so to summarise last session and bring you guys kind of back to where we were.
Hold on 1 second, I'm having issues. Fuck's sake. It was all going so fine.
Fuck it, we'll do it live!
You had one job.
Why? Oh, no, it's fine. It is recording. I'm just an idiot.
Right.
Sorry, guys. Carry on.
I feel like Bill O'Reilly at the moment. Fuck it, we'll do it live. So you guys had just kind of faced off against those 3 kind of mysterious horse-sized hounds, and Rock had you kind of really kind of almost running for your lives back to the relative safety of Caer Emlyn. So you guys have kind of just arrived at the gates of Caer Emlyn, and similar to the city of Bayford, these kind of quite thick stone walls rising quite imposingly on the kind of the shore of this lake. You can see that cut into the granite of these walls are similar runes and glyphs that you've seen before, clearly there to keep out things that would do you harm. So it's kind of about midday-ish now when you arrive, still fairly battered and bruised from your fight, and all of you feeling the exhaustion seeping deep into your bones. But Croc now seems to have lightened up a bit now that he can see home. Oh well, I'm glad we've made it back. Good job keeping up. I know it was a hard march, and Titus, I know that you're going to need to really take your time and recover. You've taken a few blows.
Titus is strong.
I know you are, lad. I don't doubt it, not for 1 minute. Come, let's get inside these walls. So he kind of leads the way, and as you draw close, you can see that somebody in the tower has clearly spotted you arriving, and the kind of the portcullis is lifted to allow you passage.
Wait up! I'm a little behind! God, you guys run fast.
Well, we don't necessarily run fast, it's just we cover twice as much distance per step.
Yeah, I know. That's just... I'm alive.
Well, don't worry, Torek. We're safe now. And I, for one, could use a nap. It's been a good few decades since I did a march like that. But well, we're safe home. I'll see you fellows tomorrow after we've all rested. I've got a few things to take care of first, but get yourselves to the barracks and get your head down. You've earned it. So you see Harok kind of turn to leave, and he actually approaches the kind of secondary gate leading onto this bridge, and you would know that the bridge leads onto the kind of the citadel of Caer Emlyn on this kind of little rocky outcrop into the lake. It's there that the kind of the Great Hall is, and the Council of Six sit. It's somewhere that you haven't really visited often. It tends to be the administrative and kind of the everyday running of the order kind of affair, whereas you've mostly trained and sparred in the kind of the Slayers section of the castle. So you guys, you kind of know that you've got a few facilities available to you. Probably most pressing for you guys at the moment is the barrack block, which you can see here on the kind of northwestern part of the complex. So this is where the Slayers, where Caer will sleep and kind of bunk down. You've spent obviously a year training here, so it's very familiar to you. But as you walk by, you can see that Caer Emlyn there's quite a bit of activity going on. You can see kind of in the courtyard, there's some sparring going on between a kind of a half orc who's wielding a wooden greatsword and he's kind of in the middle of of what seems to be a fairly intense sparring match with a female half elf who has got herself a wooden training spear. You watch for a little bit and realise that the half elf has clearly got the better of him, being quite a nimble fighter. But they don't pay you any attention as you come in. They're used to seeing hunters coming and going from their contracts. So the beds are available to you if you wanted to rest up and recuperate from your ordeals. But there are a few other options available to you if you wanted to kind of get a feel for what's going on around the castle.
Don't know about you, but I feel I want to go to sleep and sleep the rest of the evening away. I am done.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the sleeping option too. I'm done. It's been too much.
Because we have a point of exhaustion, right?
You do. Yeah, you guys are kind of battling to keep your eyelids open from this. Rock has kind of pretty much kept you on the march, only allowing you a couple of hours per night to sleep for the last 2 days.
How's my wound looking?
So your wound has stopped bleeding. It looks like, given correct rest and a bit of care, it should heal up quite nicely. But it's still giving you a bit of pain at the moment. But the resilience of your people, that it's not a problematic wound. It's one of those things though where, like, the more you take care of yourself, the less likely wounds are to fester.
Right. I feel like Titus would want to go and train.
It's
that wound.
It's fair enough because he's used to this kind of thing, but added to the forced march, the exertion of doing so wounded.
Yeah,
you might not.
I think he's going to rest. Yeah.
Rulin will do the same.
Yeah. Yeah. So even for Rulin, this has been a fairly exhausting march. Despite the fact that he doesn't need as much sleep, it's still taken its toll.
And he still took a couple of nasty scrapes from one of those hounds. So.
Yeah, dude. How much health were you on in the hand?
20.
Jeez.
Oh, I didn't lose much. I was alright.
Yeah, you had a few close calls where you managed to kind of dodge out the way. But yeah, still a little bit. Cool. So you guys make your way over to the barracks, and it's kind of what you remember from it, where it's kind of a long building. The inside is kind of full of these bunks, but despite not being, the kind of fare you would see in an inn, they're functional, kind of hay-lined. You've had a year sleeping on these just fine, so you're kind of not going to be too put out by the lack of comfort here. At this point, just anything to rest your head on is good. So you guys kind of slot in to your allotted bunks and get your heads down. And as you kind of sink into them, the kind of itchiness of the hay is pretty much ignored, and most of you are kind of out within minutes of putting your heads to the hay. So everybody apply long rests on D&D Beyond if you haven't already, and you will heal up and regain, the point of exhaustion will be removed. So you guys sleep through the rest of the day and all of the night. You've kind of got a lot of sleep to catch up on. Even Rulin sleeps a long time. Granted, he wakes up probably 2 hours before sunrise, but still, for an elf, that's a long sleep. But you guys, you kind of wake up feeling quite refreshed as a result of it. The woes of the previous days forgotten. And as you rise, you can kind of smell some kind of wood smoke as somebody's probably lit a fire and is cooking something over it out in the courtyard. And you can kind of hear the kind of a clashing of wood and the sound of a hammer on metal. Basically, just the sound of an active keep.
Excellent. Can I wake up a bit early and work on my potions?
Sure. So, are we spell slotting it, or are you just going to go with
Yeah,
one?
I'll spell slot it once, and yeah.
Sure. Which potion would you like?
Potion number 1, please.
I don't have a table to hand.
Oh, right. Healing. I'll make a healing potion.
And
I'll
2
roll
of
for
those?
the one.
Oh, no, you have to roll second, don't you?
Yep.
So, D6, please.
Oh, nice! Potion of resilience.
Cool. So, with a potion of healing and a potion of resilience, you kind of brew those up whilst everybody else is still sleeping.
Safari! Eureka! I've done it again!
So, as you guys wake up, you see a Torek whose eyes are still a little bit red rimmed, but he's clearly back to his usual self. You can't tell if this is just a passing side effect of the sleep deprivation, or whether he is just kind of reacting to the fumes of his potions.
With my prizes in tow, I'll begin the day, and I think I'm going to start crafting some of that ammunition we talked about. I'll make it for a bow and arrow.
Yes, once you have the components.
Ooh, yes, I should go out and get components. Yes, that is the first step of science.
Okay, so you would know that the place where you're most likely to be able to find these components is with the quartermaster. So the quartermaster's kind of office or shop, if you will, is this kind of stone building attached to the walls here on the southern wall. So you could make your way across the courtyard, and sure enough, you see some more sparring. You see a kind of dwarf with a kind of wooden axe and a shield, who's kind of really getting stuck into it. Between like him and a half-orc wielding a warhammer, or a wooden practice warhammer. The fight is quite heated, and you can see that there are a few hunters sitting around watching the sparring, kind of either shouting insults or kind of suggestions to the fighters. But you make your way through past them and get to the quartermaster's kind of, I'll just call it shop for the sake of it. So, despite the kind of relatively early hour, you see the desk kind of doing some inventory. There is a tiefling, slightly reddish tinge to his skin, and he's counting something in a bag. He looks up at you. You're one of the reasonably new initiates, Torek, isn't it? I think I've sold you a few things before, haven't I?
Yes, you have. And you are?
Oh, well. You would know. His name is Horadius Valerie.
Horadius Valerie. That is an exciting name. And one I'm going to write in my notes right now.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so this tiefling is, as the quartermaster of the order, he is kind of what you would call your go-to guy for any hunting supplies you may need that is non-weapons or armor. But like trinkets, components, things like that. But he also will buy any kind of particularly rare items that you might find that might be of interest to the guild if you do come across something and feel the urge to sell it.
For a fair price, or
Depends on the item.
I don't think we have anything of interest, do we? I certainly don't.
Uh,
Oh wait, I do have that fucking. I got the acid in the jar.
Oh.
Could pawn that off. Actually, that seems like such a useful item. Like, what if I just need something small destroyed? in a very fashionable way. It's better than going, Titus, smash this.
this is where I've made a mistake here by guy who will learn and like reduce any enemy and just drop it in the acid.
God, that's horrifying.
Okay, so anyway, where were we? So what can I do for you, Torek?
I need some arrows. Not the crossbow kind, the other kind, bow and arrows, I guess. And I'm going to need some pyrotechnics, something that goes rather than just, you know.
He kind of looks at you, and I mean, he knows you're kind of quite eccentric, so he kind of rolls with it a little bit. I see. Well, I'll go and see if we have anything that goes for you.
Finally, someone who speaks my language.
So he goes into the kind of back of this store. You can hear him rummaging around. You kind of hear him shout from the back. How much were you looking for?
I think 5 ought to do it. It's just preliminary testing.
Right, okay, 5, I can do that. And you hear a bit more kind of rustling. He comes back and kind of places 5 arrows on the table, and then a little bag of some particularly vile smelling kind of whitish yellow powder. Will this do for your experiments, my good man?
I'm gonna lick my pinky finger and taste some of the white powder and just be like, magnesium phosphorate.
just rubs it around his gums a little bit.
Yeah.
As a quartermaster, he always takes a bit of a slightly reserved interest in your experiments, just in case you do stumble upon something that might genuinely be useful. So you got something special planned, have you?
Yes. We came across some particularly vicious wolves and dogs, so I figured something with more oomph to repel them. Big beasties, at least 9 feet tall, or bigger than me at least.
Well, hey, if you want oomph, that'll do it. But mind your fingers; it's a little volatile.
Yes. How much damage is this?
Well, it'll be 5 gold per piece. So for 5, it'll be 25 gold.
Deal. Like, I don't feel that Torek would be like the haggling type. He would just be like told something and be like, "Yeah, that's the rule. Got to do it."
Too focused on what he's planning to do. How much it actually sets him back. Okay, guys. So
25 gold.
25 gold off, and add 5 ammunition components.
Honey, I've got evening plans. What about you, losers?
Well, speaking of which, he does then kind of finish off to you. He's like, "Congratulations, by the way. Rock was telling the council about it. I look forward to your inauguration meal this evening."
My who did the what now?
Well, you've passed the trials. We need to get you properly invested in the order now, don't we?
Oh my! I didn't realize there'd be a dinner for it. Oh God, what do I wear?
Well, any excuse for a party is all right by me.
Yes.
You be careful now, Torek. It'd be a shame to get all that way only to take your own face off.
Yes. I'll be as careful as is called for, and you'll have a fabulous day, Mister. Valdi, yes.
It's Valerie, but I appreciate the gesture. And he kind of gives a little chuckle and goes back to. You can see he's clearly not offended by your kind of little lapse there. He's used to you and your mannerisms.
Excellent.
Okay, so Torek has set himself up for the day of crafting ahead of him. So tell me, the rest of you, as you wake up, what would be your first thoughts now that you're home?
Roland will go about replacing a couple of bits and pieces. Is there a chapel or anything like nearby? Or
The Order tends not to be a place that draws the religious crowd. So there's a small kind of multi-faith altar at one end of the barracks block, but it's nothing special. It's not particularly dedicated to any one god. It's kind of just outside. You can almost see it here in the little map, little enclosed altar.
it doesn't matter. I was hoping for a priest, but it doesn't matter.
The wild tends to kill off any illusions of God in hunters quite quickly. They've simply seen too much. But
In that case, I'll try and the armory or whatever it is as such. Would I be able to replace a kunai that I lost fighting the hound?
yeah, so as I said earlier, one of the kind of most prominent sounds you can hear is the ringing out of a hammer on metal.
I'll go with Rulin because I feel like Titus would sort of be following Rulin around anyway. Because I lost a javelin, so
yeah. So
I think Triss would also make that trip as well with them for restocking weapons.
sure, because you left a dagger in that
knife.
hand.
Yeah.
go shopping trip.
So as you would imagine, in a guild of hunters, the smithy is a fairly integral part of life here. So the smithy is centrally located here. This kind of fairly large building over, and you can see that one kind of the side wall is pretty much open to the air to allow the smith inside a bit of ventilation while he works. But you guys make your way over there, and you can see, kind of despite again the relatively early, the forge is already lit and seems to be operating up at the temperature it needs to be, and you can kind of hear this hammer ringing out. As you draw close, you can see that the kind of man responsible for this is kind of leaning over his anvil with some what appears to be a kind of spearhead in between his tongs. Now this is a dwarf who you've been kind of infinitely familiar with beforehand, because he was the guy who made your weapons when you joined the Order. Each hunter has their own blades custom made. It's very rare for them to use steel made outside of their guild. But he's a reasonably kind of not young as such, but kind of probably mid 40s, which for a dwarf isn't too old. But despite this relative inexperience, the raw talent clearly makes up for it. It's a dwarven smith named Hjulrus Krumarsson.
How do you spell that?
HJULRUS, and then KRUMMOR son. So he doesn't notice you guys approach over the... He's got his back kind of bent away from you, and he's clearly focused on his work. You know from past dealings that he takes immense pride in the weapons that he makes.
So presumably Titus would know him pretty well because Titus is a smith too.
Well, you two would have a fair bit in common with your kind of shared knowledge of the forge and the art of working metal.
So I'm going to sort of stand behind him and watch and wait for him to finish what he's doing.
Sure. So you can see that he's kind of in the process of putting the curve in the kind of socket of the spearhead that will mount it to the kind of haft of the spear. And you wait patiently. You know that to kind of forge weld this shut is a process that he'll want to focus on. So you wait, and then it takes him a couple of minutes. You see him kind of apply the hammer blows, what looks to be very practiced blows.
Can I help?
So at this point, most of the kind of hard work has been done. It's the delicate task of closing it up. So where
probably best I don't help with that.
where often a smith will ask or have an assistant to kind of help him with a sledgehammer to beat out a billet into shape. This is for kind of the finishing touches that a master smith is wont to put on himself. But he finishes up, and as he down his tongs, he kind of turns to you, having kind of grasped that you guys are waiting for him. Ah, Titus! Been a while.
Hello, my son.
What can I do for you?
We throw all our things, and we need new ones.
Did you hit?
I did not. I did.
He kind of chuckles at this. Honestly, Titus, I do all this work and you just throw it into the bloody air. And he kind of looks beyond Titus and he sees Rulin and Triss. I'm guessing you two, same story?
Yes, unfortunately. Although I did hit, and as did Driss.
Yeah, those daggers make excellent throwing knives. Thanks.
You can see him kind of visibly kind of puffs up at this compliment. I know they do, love. Now, I do happen to have a few in my stockpile ready to go, and he kind of points you towards a series of weapon racks, and you can see that he's clearly been busy. There are a lot of different weapons, ranging from kind of all the way from great axes down to kind of hunting knives. A lot of different things, and pretty much all a hunter could really want. Now, so Titus, what is it exactly that you're through? Please don't tell me.
Not to this time. This time, Titus threw a javelin, and he looks at everybody else. He needs shield to protect friends.
Well, I can sort you out with a shield too, my boy. Thankfully, javelins, they're not too much work on mine. In fact, he kind of looks at the spearhead he's just made. If you give me 5 more minutes, I'll attach this one to a haft, and you can take it with you.
Thank you.
As for you two, have a look on the racks. You might find what you're looking for. So, Triss, you can see that there's quite a nice looking dagger, very similar to the one that you used as a throwing knife. And as you pick it up, the weighting of it seems to be kind of ideally balanced for what you'd want for it. This smith clearly knows his craft quite well. And Rulin, you see that there's actually a whole kind of line of kunai, being quite easy to make. He's been able to produce a few of these things, so you can definitely replace what you've used.
Cool.
Now, Titus, let me quickly see if I've got something that'll do you justice. What kind of shield are you thinking, my boy?
A big one.
I'll see what I have. He kind of goes a little into the back of a smithy, and he takes a few minutes, but he comes back with a shield that's actually bigger than he is. So, like, top to bottom, the shield is probably about 4 feet tall. It's kind of in the style of basically one of these tower shields. It does have a curve in it and a steel boss.
Cool.
Like this shield is quite big. It's quite heavy. It's it's one of those things where for most people it would probably actually be a bit too heavy to lift, but for a kind of a Goliath of your stature, this will not only be something you can carry, but will also cover most of your lower body from attack.
This will be
Well,
good to protect friends.
I'm glad you think so. I can definitely
Further Smith.
provide it for you. This, will tell you what, Titus, you give me 50 gold for this, and I'll throw in the javelin.
Titus looks at his puny amount of gold. He only has 39. Can I help at the smithy to pay for the rest?
Man of your talents, I've got a few billets that need hammering out. Tell you what, if you help me for, I say 4 hours, then I'll let you take it, and you give me what you've got.
Thank you.
Okay, so add a shield to your inventory, and hand over your gold. So Titus, you kind of take up a sledgehammer, and kind of you see Hilrus gesture to a kind of a fairly thick lump of metal. He points to it, and you put it in the forge, ready to heat up. He kind of turns around then to look at Triss and Rulin. Well, daggers are cheap. I'll give each of you that for 5 gold each.
Just hands over the gold.
Roland does the same.
Sure. So reduce your gold by that amount and replace your lost weapons.
What sort of specialty items might the smith be capable of forging?
So you know that a smith like this would be quite capable of creating weapons that would be significantly better quality than you might find in a run-of-the-mill city. However, the particularly fine blades that he makes are they kind of have the same blue edge that you saw Croc's longsword with. However, these fetch quite a pretty price. They're not cheap. But he's more than happy to make a custom order for you if you've got something that you would like making. As a smith to such a specialised guild as this, he's quite used to some strange requests, and if anything, sees it as a bit of a challenge.
Okay.
In a way to develop his skills.
Well, while Rulin was training in the monastery many decades ago, he did train with a particular type of weapon that unfortunately he's not been able to get his hands on while he's been out in the wilds. But it's a long chain with a kind of a scythe on one end and a large weighted ball on the other end. It's just a spiked chain. So something like that. Well, in the same sort of fashion as what Harok's blade was, I guess, with that blue thing, that would be most appealing to Rulin. But he sort of understands that it's not an easy thing to make, and could be.
So, as you describe this to him, he kind of nods along. You can see that he's kind of clearly putting together a plan on how he'd go about making this. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to make, but the iridium coating will cost you. I think
How much?
with the iridium, you're probably looking at a cost of about 500 gold. But I could make you a regular steel one for 75.
Well, I don't have the funds on me at this time, but if you could draw up a plan, I can come back to you at a future date, and I'll be quite happy to make such an order.
Well, I look forward to it. It sounds like it'll be a fun project.
I would be most grateful for your work, Master Smith.
Well, I'll bid you good day, and I look forward to the meal. Been a while since I had a few casks of ale.
Yes, we'll be there. Roland's probably like not such a big fan of big parties where there's lots of drinking and noises and whatever. He's much more of a quiet, peaceful kind of guy. So he's not really looking forward to the big event.
Sure.
Titus will get him to enjoy it.
Cool. And Havel, what's your morning going to be spent doing? Having not gone to the quartermaster or the armourer. So they would be kind of in the middle of the courtyard, where kind of just in this first kind of curtain wall. Sure. So these sparring sessions tend to happen on an basis. They can, I mean, hunters use them occasionally to settle arguments. Sometimes it's just practice. Some guys just like the thrill of fighting and the chance to fight a kind of a worthy opponent. Kind of one-on-one is kind of appeals to the warrior in a lot of these people. And it's always a kind of a source of entertainment for the rest of the hunters in the castle. So yeah, the fight at this point is still raging between the dwarf with the axe and shield and the orc with the warhammer. It doesn't seem like anybody's got the clear advantage just yet. They're quite evenly matched. So it would seem, but you can see that the dwarf, he kind of makes a shield bash, and as the orc reels, he lunges forwards with his short sword, but sorry, not his short sword, with his axe. He kind of makes a kind of a slash with that, but as the blade looks to connect, the orc very quickly and very dexterously kind of sweeps the dwarf's legs out from under him. The reel was clearly a feint, and as the dwarf goes down, the warhammer kind of comes crunching into his chest and puts him on his back. There's a bit of a cheer from the crowd, and the half-orc kind of lets out a roar and raises his before kind of reaching down to help the dwarf. I mean, he's clearly disappointed that he's lost, but there's no hard feelings here, it seems. Well, you've beat me again, Dirk. One of these days I'll get you. Ha! I do not think so, Meldia. You do not have my prowess, he says with a kind of grin on his face. He's clearly poking a bit of fun at the dwarf. But they kind of slap each other on the arms and kind of head out of the ring. The crowd kind of starts to disperse at this point. But a few of them kind of linger around. You can see that there's quite a diverse gathering. I mean, it takes all sorts of people to become good hunters. There's no kind of one stereotype. But you could probably find a sparring partner if you really wanted to. Okay, so as you kind of look around, you can see that there are a few kind of people hanging around the ring. There's the half-orc who's clearly still kind of on a bit of a high from his victory. There's a kind of another younger half-orc standing nearby who's been watching with great interest, and he's kind of got a great sword on his back. you can then see a few more. There's a fairly kind of sheepish looking halfling, kind of a female halfling standing watching from a bit of a distance. And then there's finally one kind of a female elf watching sullenly on with a glaive rested on her lap. I would not presume to teach Dirk, the mighty warrior, how to do things, but I will certainly take you on your challenge. So, as you kind of enter the ring, there are a couple of kind of weapon racks with wooden practice weapons. So, you see him take up a wooden longsword. He kind of spins it around for a little bit. He kind of gathers the kind of a feel of the weapon quite quickly, and he kind of adopts quite a loose fighting stance. You can see he's hopping around a bit. He's quite agile from the looks of things. You can see that there are kind of two kind of cut out of these wooden poles. So you arm yourself with those, leaving your steel ones on the sideline. So how this is going to work, Jace, because I don't want to actually put you through a combat, just for timing reasons, it's going to be a series of contested rolls where you will add your kind of main statistic, so for you it'll be dexterity and then proficiency bonuses. And then we'll just do contested rolls, and it'll be best of 3 to see who comes out on top.
Can Titus see the fight going down?
Well, Titus would be kind of busy working at the point to kind of pay for the shield.
I want to cheer on Iron Tooth.
Okay, so Jace, roll me a d20, please, and I'll roll one as well.
Let's go, Jace.
Okay, so the kind of the fight gets off to a good start. The orc is quick off his feet. He makes kind of a big overhand swing, and you can tell it's a bit clumsy. He's clearly kind of got his blood up from watching the first fight, and is going at it a bit too zealously. So you manage to parry the blow away with one of your swords, and you kind of tap him on the side with your other one. He kind of nods, lowers his sword, and goes back and takes up his stance. So you've won that first round. So another d20, please. So the second round, he's a bit more cautious. He kind of comes at you. And he makes a quick feint. You kind of dodge out of the way, and then kind of seeing you on the back foot, he kind of makes a proper attack. But again, you kind of see it coming and dodge out of the way, and then kind of you get one blow to his kind of lower leg, and the other one kind of just across his neck. And so at this point, he kind of begrudgingly nods, and he comes over to us. You have skill, new one. I will give you this. And he kind of clasps one of your hands in his, and it's quite a tight grip, but you can see that there's a bit of respect in there. I look forward to fighting alongside you. It will not be long before you have one of these. And he kind of gestures to a little kind of brooch on his robes, and you can see that there's kind of a well, but it's a brooch, but the decoration on it is a great sword cutting a fang in half, and you can see that he's got a steel one on his robes. And as he points this out to you, you can see that a few of the other fighters, in fact, all of the other fighters have of these around, but some of them have different materials in their brooch. So, I will see you at the lunch, not the lunch, at the dinner tonight. We will feast, and we will make merry.
What was this guy's name?
You didn't ask.
Oh.
So this is a half-orc named Zaruglar Harim. So Zaruglar, and then Harim.
I like him. Yeah, dude.
Cool. So, as a lot of these guys have kind of been mentioning, there's talk now of a feast about, and you would kind of know that the custom usually is that when a group of initiates has kind of passed the final tests, they're inducted fully into the order in a kind of a big ceremony in the kind of a grand hall, where the Order Master will bestow you with your ceremonial robes and your kind of rank brooch. So it sounds like this is happening tonight. But in the meantime, Torek is obviously busy crafting his ammo, and Titus is kind of bound to the forge. So you've got a couple of hours of time.
Don't say those trigger words.
I was gonna say he's had a dramatic past.
Kill Bill noise in here, so here, yeah. But yeah, you guys have.
Sorry,
carry on, Trust.
Is there a library or anything, or any like store of books or anything like that?
You would know that Equiniel would probably have a library as a wizard. He would be the guy who'd be most likely to have something like that.
Okay, because if there's a bit of extra time spare, I think Triss would maybe be interested in going up, seeing whether she can find anything about eyes. I think that dream's still weighing on her mind a little bit.
Okay. Sure thing. So, Triss, you kind of make your way over the bridge. It's quite a large drop onto some fairly dangerous rocks below. It's what makes the Citadel such a defensible position, just the geography of the place, just as much as any of the man-made fortifications. But you cross the bridge, and you kind of come to the kind of a great hall, and kind of off to one side is kind of the administrative heart of the order, where the kind of the Order Master's quarters are, along with the wizard Equinel. So although he's not active in any guild hunts, he is the guy who will be responsible for the organising of contracts, being capable of both sending and receiving messages from other wizards in other cities, and so most of the guild's income indirectly comes from him, being able to kind of put you in contact with your clientele. But he's kept around for a lot of things, because as hunters, you guys often will kind of discover things that might have been lost to the rest of the city-dwelling world. And it's always good to have someone versed in the arcane to help identify and potentially deal with any of these things. So you make your way up to him, and he's kind of in there busy writing something in a book. And he sees you come in. Ah, yes, I know you. You're the one who's a little bit gifted with magic.
Alright, Quinel. I don't suppose I could have a nosy through some of your books, could I?
Well, that depends, my dear. How...
No. Crispy?
Yeah. How?
Oh, did it? Sorry.
I could have.
I'm sorry, did I break up there? Just the concept of reading these books doesn't seem to have entered his mind. But he's saying, how is your elven doing these days?
Ooh. I feel like she. Let me just double check that.
It's not something you feel like you know. It's a case of you know it or you don't.
Yeah.
You do have Elvish in
Trish
your languages.
Speaks some Elvish, yeah.
She speaks Elvish, then, in which case.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's not that he's being openly racist, but as a high elf, he knows that you're not a true blood. And, like, he distinctly holds it against you having been raised in a very formal kind of elven school of magic. So it's not that he's malicious with it, it's just how he was kind of brought
It's a little
up.
Snobbery.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Well, good. It seems that you have at least retained a bit of our heritage. But yes, you're welcome to have a browse. It's not often that I get somebody interested in that amongst these, shall we say, more martial orientated fellows. Tell me, what is it you're looking for?
I don't know how much she would tell him about this. That's a good question. I think maybe she should ask about eyes or dreams. Maybe, I don't know.
Ah, yes, a neuromancy. It's a noble pursuit. Not one that I've indulged in, if I do admit, but I might have some tomes on it.
That would be great, thank you.
Let me go and see what I can find. And he kind of disappears into his library. It's a fairly extensive thing. Although it doesn't look it, it's one of those things where he opens a door into what, judging from the build of the actual building, should only really be a broom closet, but you can see that this room stretches back kind of far more than it really should. It's clear that he's probably used some of his magic to enchant himself a fairly large library. He dips into there, and you can kind of hear a ladder being kind of slid along. Think like those oldie fashioned libraries with the kind of ladders with wheels and stuff. But he does return to you, and he's got a relatively kind of thick book. Now it's quite a wide-ranging topic, as you can imagine. It's not exactly what I would call an exact form of magic, but I will admit there's a little bit of credibility to it. This tome here, particularly, it's by a well, I hesitate to use the term colleague of mine. That justifies him too much. But we studied together briefly. His name of Damir, and he plonks this book down on the table in front of you. It'll probably take you quite a while, even just skim reading it, to kind of work out if it's going to be relevant to you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you were looking for today?
Yeah, I think this will keep me busy for a while. Well, thank you.
Good. Now, don't turn the corners of the page. Can't stand the people who do that.
Yeah, Triss definitely wouldn't be the kind of person to turn pages. She would be bookmarks all over the place.
Alrighty.
Definitely, yeah. It's safe with Triss.
So
She maybe even lifts out a stack of bookmarks.
So he kind of he's quite satisfied with that. he knows that you are a magic user and probably have the same respect for these things that he does. So he goes back down to jotting whatever it was he was working on down in his notebook. So Triss, as you kind of make your way back to the barracks to sit down and have a read from this, you flick through a few pages of it. And roll me an Arcana, please.
Ooh. First roll of the set.
It's usually a fucking nat 20 when I get Pascal to roll.
Yeah, I got my 6.
I've got plus 6
I was going to
to
say,
this.
you're badass rolls.
So 19.
19.
So you kind of read this book, and it is definitely somebody who's dedicated a lot of their life to the field of the Neuromancer. And it kind of breaks it down into the general gist of it that dreams are often used as a way of passing messages between the planes. The book doesn't make any specific mention to ways, but it does mention that there are beings beyond this world out there, and sometimes that's how they get in contact.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So that's kind of the overall gist. And you flick through the rest of the book, and it does mention new methods of kind of how to kind of induce a deeper state of sleep with the burning of some kind of special incenses. So you kind of make a mental note. But other than that, there's nothing really related to your particular scenario here.
Yeah, nothing specific.
It's more of a kind of general overview.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so as the day goes by, you can see that the hunters start to all kind of start crossing this bridge over towards the Great Hall. Basically, some activity picking up there. As you kind of wait, Titus, you kind of finish your shift at the smithy. Torek, you manage to, without any hitches, craft your 5 arrows. No inadvertent explosions. They all seem to be stable for the time being.
Just going to try and think of some kind of eccentric way to celebrate my success. So,
but
if anyone else has got anything.
Croc ends up coming to kind of find you guys, and he gathers you all in. Now, I think it's high time we got you into this order properly. As you know, we've prepared a little something for you all tonight, so if you'll follow me, let's get this started. And he heads back over the bridge and leads you guys towards the Great Hall. So as he kind of flings the doors open, you can see that a lot of these hunters you've seen throughout the day have kind of made their way and congregated in. There's not too many of them there. There's about 13 people in total gathered in, which to be fair is a reasonably good turnout, especially considering that most of the active hunters are likely to be away on contracts. But the tables are kind of arrayed with kind of 2 lines running down the hall, and then a kind of a head table at which sits 6 of these. The Council of 6, they're known as. A few of them you met, but these are the people who hold a permanent and important role within the guild. So Croc takes his place in the centre of the table, and immediately to his right, you can see that there's a gnome sitting in a chair. You've seen him before occasionally. He's treasurer. His name is Ronfan Felben. For anyone taking notes.
Ronfan what? Sorry, Crispy?
Felben. So Felben. So this is the is the gnome responsible for the guild fiscal. He kind of works with kind of other guilds and kind of big public figures like kind of lords to kind of negotiate prices for the guild's work.
Sick.
To the left of Rock, immediately, you have the smith who you've just spent your time working with, Chaz. So Hulrus kind of is sat there, still a bit kind of smoky and sooty from his day at the forge, but he's kind of already tucking into his first flagon of ale. To his left sits quite a large character. He's a dragonborn. He's the guild armorer. He's the guy who kind of patches together people's kind of plate mail, their chain, whatever needs fixing. As you can imagine, armor is a highly prized possession for hunters. The thin steel line that keeps them from the grave, and as such, his position is quite respected to the point where they actually do have a special armor. They don't just let the smithy do it. So his name, you would know, would be Dolasar Fantasem. Olasa. And then ThantaCen.
Are Dragonborn common in this world, Crispy?
Not particularly. But as a result of that, the kind of the hunters' guilds tend to be quite an attractive prospect for them, because they will take anyone as long as capable. And then finally, the two figures at the kind of ends of the table are the quartermaster, the tiefling who Torek was dealing with, Heradius, and then the high elf wizard Akinio. So this is the head table, and clearly what the guild refers to as the Council of Six. Ultimately, Rock has the final say as guild master, but he relies heavily on the counsel of these long-standing members. But the rest of the hall is kind of regular hunters. You can see that a few of them have got kind of stuck into the food already. They haven't bothered to wait for you. And you can see on their robes different kind of different colours of badge, of kind of these brooches that hold their robes in place. So Rock speaks up to you guys. Well, initiates, I'm glad that you're all here. Good to see that none of you have actually died, and it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome you into our order. And he kind of slams his flagon down onto the table, and there's kind of like a round of applause from the assembled hunters. Now, to make this a formality, it's my honour to present to you your robes as well as your bronze brooch. And he kind of gestures, and the quartermaster kind of steps forward, and he's got 6 of these dark green robes with a kind of white fang, which has been shattered by this greatsword, kind of emblazoned onto the front of it.
Sick.
So he kind of he comes to you guys, and you all kind of form a line, take. And he goes down the line. He kind of presents each of you with a set of these robes and a little kind of bronze brooch, similar to the one you saw Havel when you were fighting Zarugla. So he kind of gives you all a kind of pat on the shoulder and a smile. I mean, he's fought with you for real. He's now welcoming you into the order as one of his true brothers and sister. Now, that's official. Welcome to the Order. And again, another kind of hearty applause goes up. There's some cheers and kind of raised pitches, and everybody around is looking at you now, not as initiates, but as kind of almost equals now. Now, now don't you worry. With the way you've been fighting, bronze brooches along, I see good things happening with you lot. Don't disappoint me. So, as a bit of context for that, because this would be something that you know, in this order, there are kind of these different brooches that basically work as a rank system. So you guys have just been awarded a bronze brooch, which is the first in that rung, first rung of that ladder. The next one up from that is one made of iron. Past that, steel. After that, tungsten, followed by iridium, and finally, for those who truly earn it, the top tier is one made out of adamantine. So you can kind of look around at any hunter and see roughly their talent and their experience by what brooch they're wearing. So, Havel, if you remember, the half-orc you fought previously was a steel badge. So he's a couple of ranks higher than you. He did pretty well actually to best him in combat.
Kicked his ass, dude.
Now, but we've got the formality out of the way. I suggest who's with me? And again, you can hear like stomping of feet and the banging of tables. And, like, just it seems that everybody's just ready to kind of enjoy the night and have a kind of a proper feast. So Rock kind of claps his hands, and out of what appears to be the kitchen, you can see a few servants kind of bringing in a few trays, and you kind of start to feel your mouth water as you can kind of catch the smell of kind of cooked meats being brought in.
Oh.
It seems that like the guild have some of the hunters have clearly been out and have kind of caught some quarry for tonight, and kind of a wild boar and a kind of a stag are kind of put on plates as the centerpieces to this feast. So the night basically unfolds with you guys feasting and drinking and kind of having this kind of celebration in your honor.
How many brothers and sisters are there partying in the Citadel right now?
So you have the Council of Six, who are there. They're probably being a little more kind of reserved as they've got reasonably important duties to attend to the following day. Although you've got seven actual kind of hunters gathered, kind of partying there with you. And then there'll be 6 of you, Yendorn included, who will have obviously been there. But just isn't here for the session, obviously.
So
it's a bit of a mix. It's a bit of a mix, really. You've got the lowest
glaive.
Yeah, the lowest there you can see is somebody a dragonborn with an iron brooch. However, you can see that the female elf with the glaive is wearing an adamantine brooch.
Ooh. Elf with glaive, adamantine. What do we know of her?
She would be quite a legendary figure in the guild. She's obviously earned her way up to a full-blown adamantine. So there are definitely legends.
So she's like running for the council, basically.
She's tipped as the next successor when Rock eventually passes.
Oh! What's her name?
Her name is Yenva Vinborg.
Spell that for me, mate.
just like a summary of today's session, isn't it? Just taking down names.
Well, we're getting.
Chaz is just like, will that be on the text?
Yeah. Well, just because we're getting to know everybody, you know what I mean? These are the people we've lived with for a year, you know?
Yeah, so a lot of these hunters, would have been like kind of too busy, really, with their own contracts to actually interact with you while kind of Rock was training you. But you'll definitely have seen them around and eating with you. They kind of crashing about the same as you. The rank in this order doesn't really confer too many benefits. You guys still kind of live by the same code. You kind of eat the same food. You bunk down in the same barracks. It's more of a kind of a warrior's acknowledgement and respect than any kind of material benefits.
So we're partying, and is there any music, or is it just kind of like
so
celebrating?
You've got kind of Kenyel kind of creating a bit of an atmosphere with a few kind of magical parlor tricks.
Cool.
It's kind of what you'd expect a kind of a reasonably rowdy kind of party to sound like. I mean, Croc isn't one for standing on ceremony, so he's kind of in the thick of it, drinking mead with the rest of them. He's lived a long and hard life. He knows to appreciate the good times done.
Now, Rulin has told me a little bit about how little people society works.
Okay.
Right.
Here we go.
And apparently it's common to ask people to dance to the music. Right?
Okay.
And Yenva has the shiniest brooch.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
Titus is gonna go over and ask Yenva to dance.
So Yenva's kind of been sitting, kind of sipping on whatever was in her cup, and she kind of looks up as Titus approaches.
He's terrified.
She kind of fixes you with a not quite a steely glance, but clearly kind of giving you the once over. Welcome to the order, brother. Or, well, should I say, finally welcome. I know you've been here a while. I have noticed you've all been training.
You noticed me?
I like to keep an eye on what's happening here. It's one thing to be a good fighter, but a good hunter is aware of their surroundings too.
Aware of the surroundings. Titus would like to dance.
Well, what's stopping you, big man?
No. Looks over at Rulin. Titus would like to dance with Yenva.
Rulin just nods at Titus like, yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna count. I'm gonna count that as a help action. So Chaz, roll me a persuasion
That's advantage if it's help.
with advantage, because I think Rulin wingmanning him would count as.
It's literally the How to Train Your Dragon meme. And them just giving
Let's go,
the
bro!
background.
I would also like to add...
Days.
Okay, that's just a flat 19.
Yeah. So with kind of the backing of Rulin, Titus, you kind of the concept that she might say no doesn't even cross your
Right.
and she kind of, you see her chuckle a little bit. Well, if it's your evening, so if you want to dance, then hey, I'll give you a dance. So she kind of stands up from her chair and kind of makes her way to kind of the center with you, and she kind of reaches out her hand, which is like absolutely dwarfed in Titus's fist. But you guys kind of start dancing. It's not a slow tune. It's more of a kind of a jig. So you can see that Yenva's kind of quite nimble. Her feet move in time with music, kind of matching every beat. Titus, you're obviously larger, and this is not the not exactly your bread and butter. So roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Dexterity saving throw. Now, Titus gets advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Danger. That is true. Danger sense, and like if you step on your feet, you are probably in danger. So, so I'll allow it.
Danger sense. Oh my
He
God.
needed it. Okay, 17 plus 2, that's another 19.
So as you kind of are dancing with Yenva, you can kind of see over her shoulder. Rulin is there, miming the steps, and you just basically follow what he's
These steps.
what he's doing. I mean, this you're quite good on your feet anyway from combat, and the way you see it, this is a silly little people combat, but you go through with it, and although you don't see the point of this particular form of sparring, you kind of give it your all anyway. And sure enough, you kind of put your feet down, and you don't step on Yenva's kind of fairly fragile-looking toes at all. Actually, she's clearly not expecting somebody of your stature to be this quick on your feet, and she kind of gets a bit into it, kind of picks up the pace a little bit, throws a few twirls in, and kind of lets out a bit of a laugh. You can tell that she's enjoying it.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah, this goes on. This goes on.
Okay. And then, as soon as there's a pause in the music, I'm going to give her one of my signature high fives.
Roll me a hit roll, please.
Raging, so no advantage.
Yep, just flat.
Fly hit.
And that, kids, is how I met your mother.
That's 17.
17. So the attack connects. Constitution saving throw for Yenva. So she's got a reasonably decent modifier. So you kind of again the whole kind of, as the music dies down, the whole kind of reverberates with this kind of ringing that is this high five. She kind of like shakes her hand off a bit of it. Kind of, well, I've got to hand it to you, Titus. It's definitely been a fun dance. I'm glad we did this.
Oh, me too. And then I'm gonna kind of push past. I'm all red in the face, so I'm gonna run over to Rulin and give him a hug.
Okay. So
That was fun.
Rulin,
do I need to roll a Constitution saving throw?
God damn it!
No, not at this point. You've had enough experience with Titus to know to breathe in when he goes for a hug. But you've clearly seen that Titus is having a good time here. He's a bit red in the face. He's just danced with a quite a pretty elf. So it's been a good night for Titus.
Well done, Titus. She looked thoroughly impressed, my friend.
She has eyes as blue as ice.
Oh.
So
it reminds Titus of home.
So for the rest of you, this has been quite an entertaining spectacle whilst you're kind of eating and making merry. I mean, it's a nice change of pace from running for your lives. But as the evening goes on, the hunters will start to thin out after a while. A few of them have hunts, so they don't want to get too inebriated. And Hrock kind of is still going strong. You see as this is all going on, the Dragonborn armorer Dolasar, he kind of stops short and kind of taps Yendor on the shoulder and kind of whispers something to him. And you kind of see Yendor turn and start talking to him before they kind of make their way out of the room. Croc comes to the rest of you and he says, "Well, it's been quite an evening. I've enjoyed myself, and it's been a good thing for me. I think can't have too much stress at my age. But as for you, fellas, you might want to talk to Aquiniel tomorrow. He might have some work for you. Now that you're proper brothers and sister," he kind of nods to Triss, not wanting to leave you out. You've got to earn your keep now. No free ride whilst you're training. You're not apprentices anymore. So once you're up and the worst of a hangover's gone, you talk to him. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take my leave.
We still haven't asked Rock about why he was sending us back at such speed and what was going on. Like, would this be a good opportunity, or are we going to wait? Do you think we can talk about it? Yeah.
I think it's a good idea, dude.
Alright. Triss is gonna
Triss is probably the person to do it with 20 charisma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Triss is straight in there. Rock,
just the face of the group.
Yeah, why are we doing this? With the leaving so fast. We were running. You seemed like you knew what was going on. Can you tell us, what was happening?
Roll me a persuasion.
Okay.
Well, actually, you're proficient. Is it proficient or advantage in that? Warlock traits. Let me quickly double check that. Should be in here somewhere.
Proficiencies. It's not telling me in proficiencies. Where would it be? I think it's an insight and investigation. I've got a little bit of an extra bonus.
Yeah. Okay, well, just roll me your persuasion then, please.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a +5 modifier at this point.
Persuasion, is it? +5, yes. Yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so 13. He's still a little. I mean, now that you're fully part of the order, he feels that you have a right to know, but he seems a bit hesitant, but then kind of opens up a little. And well, when I was in Bayford, I met a few contacts of mine from my old hunting days. You were gone dealing with the Baron. They put me in touch with a wizard who had found something that he thought we might be interested in. I don't know exactly what it is, but he was saying it was powerful and that it was dangerous. He was looking for somebody to safeguard it, and I said that we'd do it. I mean, I owed my friend a favour, so I thought, I'll settle the debt, but it seems that we may have stumbled into something. Those hounds, they were sent by somebody. I don't know who. But I bet my right arm that they were after the artifact.
Did we bring it all the way back here?
Aye, we did. I had it with me. I've given it to Aquiniel. He's going to look into it a bit further.
Rock, is this something we need to be worried about if we go out again? Are they going to still be following us for it?
I don't know, but it was me who was carrying it, so I don't think they'll have much interest in you. They probably just want the artifact.
Cool.
How can we know it's going to be safe here?
Yeah, what chance is there that that they may track it to here, to Kerem.
Well, if they do, I'd like to see them try. We have thick walls and magical. Nothing's getting in here without us saying so. I mean, he's fairly confident because the sigils that you saw carved into the stone, they're powerful magic. And even against conventional attack, I mean, this is a full-blown fortress, really. You'd need an army to lay siege to it.
This ship is unsinkable.
So,
an iceberg!
so Rock,
Why did he tell us?
You really don't know anything else about this person that's that might be after this artifact?
No, I have no idea. I don't even know rightly what the artifact is. To be honest, I didn't think it would be this important until those things came after us.
Well, where does it come from? Who gave it to you? What's so special about it?
I have no idea. It's clear that Rock isn't particularly versed in the arcane, which is probably why he has given it over to Aquenil to study further. But you know that Rock is a fairly open kind of guy. He's not one for secrecy, and especially not with his fellow brothers. So he's probably told you everything he really knows about it.
Well, I don't know about that. Fucking A. He hit the... Can we see this artifact?
I'm not even going to go into that.
Well, at the moment, Aquenil has it. Although, knowing him, I don't think he'll be too keen on letting you see it. He likes to study these things in privacy. He's a bit more paranoid.
I do not like this boring old man.
I know, Titus. I know he's not your sort. But anyway, I'm going to go and get my beauty sleep. Lord knows I need it. And he kind of nods, bids you good night, and makes his way into his quarters. Leaving you guys with a bit of a not quite a cryptic thing, but it's just clearly not all the information you were hoping for.
So, Triss, you visited Aquenil earlier. Does he seem the type that we could persuade into divulging some more information?
He might speak to you, Ruin. He wasn't super friendly with me. I didn't entirely like the fact that I'm only a half-elf. You might get more out of him than I did, and I don't imagine he'll tell very much to anybody else.
He's one of those types, is he?
He's one of those types, yeah.
So yeah,
really clearly doesn't like sort of any the racial.
Yeah, this is something that you kind of basically fled to avoid, wasn't it?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Not your cup of tea. But Aquenil left quite early on in the night. He's not at the Great Hall anymore. You'd probably be best.
We're speaking to him tomorrow for work anyway. It might be worth mentioning while we're there. Just on the off chance.
Cool. So the party now is pretty much wrapped up. The food's been good. I mean, it's always a treat to get kind of roast pork and venison. So you guys kind of have been spoiled a bit here. And the mead is always welcome, isn't it? After a good meal. But the evening is drawing to a close now. And as you say, Aquenil is somebody you'll be wanting to talk to tomorrow, so it's probably about time to make your way to the barracks.
As we walk back, because Titus really doesn't know what's going on, he's going to try and talk to Triss because she's the clever one.
Mm-hmm.
As we're walking.
Ah!
You're weird. I'm sorry. You fucking liar to.
She's clever and
Titus
charismatic.
does
Yeah.
I feel like Triss will be nicer to Titus as well. I don't know. Right. So Titus is gonna kind of, as we're all walking back in a group, whatever. I'm gonna try and go to Triss.
Oh, hey, Titus.
Why do these puppies want the artifact?
It's probably powerful. I mean, the person who attacked us seemed to have some magic skill. I think maybe there's more magic in that artifact. I don't know, without seeing it though. Just all guess.
But if this is rocks, why do puppies want it?
Oh, well, I don't think it was rocks. I don't know whose it was. He didn't really actually say much about the friend who was asking a favour.
This hurt Titus' head.
It's okay, Titus. We'll find out, and then if there's someone to fight, we'll speak to you about it.
Okay, thank you.
I think Triss just pats him on the elbow as he wanders off.
Okay, so you guys kind of stroll back to the barracks, and you can see that the rest of the hunters have kind of got themselves into their bunks and are getting their rests for the day ahead.
Havel. One final thing before we turn in for the night. I have something for you. I present to him 5 arrows that look like they've got a lot of materials strapped to the tips. God, I couldn't think of an example. Anyway, they've got basically balls of explosive stuck to the tips of them, and they're wrapped in a beautiful red bow. And I'm just I made these for you, concussive arrows. No. But the bow is an illusion, and I have enchanted the fletching to smell like fresh bread. I read in a book once that humans like that smell. That's good. Yes, and it hit someone with it, and they'll be knocked to the ground. I haven't thought of a name for them yet, so feel free to name them after you use them. And good luck in the forthcoming experiment, I guess. Maybe I should prepare some kind of instruction pamphlet for him. Just go to bed mumbling.
So yes, these arrows clearly have had a bit of tinkering to them. You have yet to work out whether that's going to be a good thing or not. But you add them to your quiver all the same. I think you'll probably have to make a custom item in D&D Beyond for that. The kind of walloping arrows.
Roland just makes a note to himself that whenever Havel's going to fire at an enemy, he's going to make sure he's not standing next to the enemy when it happens.
Not going to be in the way.
Technically, that should still work. Maybe it'd be even more potent. It's not like a proper explosion. It's more of a concussive, single target hit. But I don't know. It's up to Crispy what these things are going to do, I guess.
I think it'll probably be a situational thing. Somebody.
That gif.
Yeah, the arrows will be a useful tool. We'll probably see those used for good effect, I'd imagine. Cool. So you guys kind of get some sleep. the barracks is kind of filled with a gentle snoring of a few of the members, but you're used to it. It doesn't really disturb you too much. So you wake up the next morning. A few sore heads, but nothing too debilitating. And yeah, as you kind of get outside, you kind of see a similar scene to what today. Kind of business as usual in the guild.
Any hangovers? Or?
Not to the point where it would stop you from functioning. None of you were kind of overindulged last night. Titus is still grinning from his dance with Yemba.
Roland?
Yes?
I just have a nice dream last night.
Do you know what's going through my head right now? Just that fucking scene from Wayne's World, but in Titus' voice. She will be mine. Oh yes, she will be mine.
I'm glad you're happy, my friend.
Thank you for teaching me this dance.
Okay, so
what's usually when a hunter takes a contract? What's the kind of the normal downtime between? Do they usually just pick up another contract and head out straight away, or is it
It's entirely dependent on what the hunter wants to do. Some will spend a bit of time kind of repairing weapons and kind of stocking up on consumables and maybe doing a bit of crafting for adventures. Some will take on kind of multiple contracts from Aquennial at the same time and go straight from one to the other. A lot of it is kind of personal preference, and depends on whether you need to kind of resupply or kind of purchase anything or come back and kind of sort anything else out. Because a lot of the time will also depend if there's kind of the distance you're traveling to fulfill the contract, and because obviously if you're going a long way for multiple contracts in the same kind of area, it can often be a good idea to go and kind of hunt in batches. But as I say, it's kind of a situational thing and depends on what the hunters in question choose to do. There's no kind of set limit for downtime.
Okay.
But you can take as much downtime as you like at this point, because this is kind of like your home base. But the world will keep turning while you're having your downtime.
Okay. Well, I think now that it's the morning, I think Rulin will go and visit Aquennial because during the fight with the hound creatures. Rulin did recall that he had heard a little something about these types of creatures. Didn't know exactly what they were or whatever, but he has heard certain stories, so he's curious to find out. Try and find out a bit more about them and see what Aquennial knows about them.
Okay, so as you walk into his office, Aquennial kind of looks up and he kind of nods to you and greetings, brother. It's not often that I see monks coming into my library. I don't have any holy books for you.
That's not exactly what I'm looking for. I come seeking a different kind of knowledge. I'm sure Rox, of course, filled you in on what happened to us as we were on the way back from Bayford.
Yes, it sounds like you've had a bit of an unusual encounter.
Indeed. Quite terrifying, I must say, for most of us.
Well, from what he described to me, it sounds that you had a run-in with Yef.
Sorry, say that again.
A run-in with the Yef.
Right. So these Yef, they are a rather mysterious kind of creature. What could you tell me more about them?
Well, they're not too well documented on account of the fact that they're not actually from this plane of existence. What I do have is sketchy, but they're Fae, I believe. I think that is the classification that would suit them best. They don't usually come to this plane unless summoned. And if summoned, that means that somebody powerful has it in for you. They don't stop until they get what they want, and it's nigh near impossible to kill them, merely banish.
So, yes, when we did defeat them, I suppose, for lack of a better word, they did seem to just disappear from sight, so they're not dead, they're simply gone.
Oh no, they're not dead. I don't think anybody has ever recordedly killed one of these things. But they'll probably be back in a week or two once they've regained their composure. I
did notice that as we were fighting them, our weapons were a little bit ineffective, but Rock's sword seemed to be doing quite well, and I've spoken with the smith, and I seem to be drawing a conclusion that iridium has some sort of effect on them.
Yes, iridium coating on blades it'll cut through most magical defense that a creature may have. It's why we're so keen on it. Don't you listen to the city smiths? They'll tell you that silver is for this. It's just a cunning scheme to part you from your money. It is about as effective as throwing pebbles.
I see. Well, that is most useful information. Though it does concern me if these creatures do keep coming. Myself and the new initiates are a little underprepared. Our weapons won't do much good against them, except, of course, with Triss and Yendorn with their magical abilities.
Well, if it's any consolation, I don't think they're after you.
Well, yes. Certainly hope not. So, the artifact that Rock was carrying, the thing that they're after, would you mind explaining perhaps a little more? What is it exactly?
Roll me persuasion.
Uh, 12.
No, I would not. It's not something that you would understand. You're not particularly versed in the arcane, and I feel that I would be wasting breath. Suffice it to say that it's powerful.
I see.
He's clearly quite cautious and is guarding this information more carefully than Rock.
I hope you do understand that I'm only inquiring after such a thing. I am a member of the Order, and I do value Rock's guidance and wisdom. I wouldn't wish to see anything bad happen to the Order. I just want to know what's happening and how best we could help with fighting against such a powerful being that's clearly after this artifact. Rock's explained that it will be safe here behind these walls, but for someone so powerful, perhaps there's a way they could break through. I just want to know how we can best help.
Well, Rock is a good man, but Rock is not always a cautious man. And this information is something that we should be cautious with. But fear not, the warding on these walls is as strong today as it was the day it was put there. I'm quite confident that this artifact will be safe within these walls whilst I examine its origin and its purpose.
I understand. Well,
if it comes to it, and this will be Rock's decision, then yes, I will tell you all there is. But at the moment, all there is to know is still rather unclear. I would appreciate if I could get back to work. Unless, of course, you're here for your contracts, at which point you may take those and be on.
Well, while I'm here, I'll pick those up as well. So ruling, is it contracts? Did you say plural?
Well, we have, let's see, for you bronze badges, we have a few here that are suitable. We have a report of a missing villager not far from here, about 2 days' ride south. We have a bounty put out on the head of a bandit camp, slightly to the east. And we also have a fellow wizard of a friend of mine, actually. He's shorter. He needs a band of people who are willing to brave the wilds to investigate some strange phenomena he's been observing lately. That's everything I've got for now that would be suitable.
I'll speak with my companions and confirm which of the contracts we'll take.
Well, here, he kind of he waves his hand and you see a quill kind of pick itself up on the counter and kind of make copies of these contracts. Take copies of these with you so you don't have to pester me again.
Certainly. Ruler himself is probably getting a little bit impatient with him at this point as well.
Yeah, Titus does not like Equinel at all. Like,
he's clearly kind of got a quite high sense of self-importance. I mean, arguably fairly so. He does perform a fairly vital function for the guild, but it doesn't mean he doesn't kind of rub off on people the wrong way.
Well, thank you for your time. I'll not keep you any longer, and should you need our assistance in any matters in future, do let us know. We'll be happy to help.
Well, I'll bear it in mind, and he kind of goes back to his work.
So as Rulen walks outside, he just lets out like a deep breath. He's normally quite good at maintaining his composure, but Equinel was really... I think some of Titus is rubbing off on Rulen a little bit, and his patience is not as great as it used to be.
You see?
Okay, so as Rulen kind of rejoins, he kind of shows you the contracts and kind of brings you up to speed with what offers are on the table.
So tell us them again, Crispy, just so that we can...
Sure. So you've got the kind of report of a missing villager. You have the bounty on the bandit leader, and you have a wizard looking for a group of adventurers to investigate some phenomena he's been observing.
So what are we all thinking?
Can we take all of them? Sort of do them.
That seems a bit greedy, doesn't it?
You can accept all of them if you want. Obviously, you can only do one at a time.
So, out of curiosity, the missing villager and the bandit leader, where are they geographically? Are they reasonably close?
Yeah, so all of these contracts are within a day's travel. This is kind of like the local stuff. I mean, things to deal with, like the bronze badges will deal with, tends to be, the smaller contracts quite locally. They're not the kind of this kind of thing that gets requests from powerful lords just yet. So they're within kind of a day's travel of Care Enwyn kind of villages.
And it was 3 days travel to Bayford?
It was 3 days travel to Bayford, so you're probably looking at on foot on this
peninsula, basically.
Yeah, that kind of region. Nothing too far from home. So yeah, Tris, the husband, of this villager who's gone missing, is kind of to the south. You have the bandit camp, who is kind of pretty much due east, and then southeast you have the wizard, who is looking for the adventurers.
Well, at a suggestion, I would say the missing villager should probably take precedence. Matters like these often need to be solved quickly. That's just my suggestion.
Yeah, that seems the most urgent. I agree.
Okay.
Titus would like the head of this powerful leader, but Titus will do as the smart ones say.
Havel, your thoughts? Okay. Well, I think we should start making preparations for heading off to the south. Would there be anything particular we'd need, or just are we pretty well equipped now to just head out?
Well, that is up to you guys to decide, not me.
No, we didn't get the horses back, did we, when they bolted?
No, they bolted, and obviously with livestock being quite rare, they're probably going to be expensive to replace.
Oh, that's my big horsey. Oh.
I do the Gandalf whistle and see if he comes back.
Shadow fuck.
Every monster within, like, just...
Okay, roll initiative.
Yeah, I like how also Torek was just not consulted.
Meanwhile, back in the room. Eureka! I've done it again!
Guys!
Isn't anyone going to complain? Hello? Hello? Oh, they've gone to get quests without me again! I just hope there aren't any quests for strange happenings. We never go on those quests, and those are my favourites.
Oh dear.
Okay, so we have a bit of a split.
Well, we should head south and save the person. Titus isn't actually putting in any debate to go and kill the bandit leader. He just wants a fight.
Okay. So yeah, the kind of the day is still young. You've got obviously the full day's travel. If you did want to reply, it would be the quartermaster who you'd have to go and see for that.
We did use 3 days rations on the journey home, so we're down to 7 days rations each.
That is true.
Titus wouldn't know what that means. But 7 days is going to be enough.
I'm just going through the rest of my stuff as well. Okay, well, Rulin will make a trip to the quartermaster and see how much it would be. Do the punters get any kind of like I don't know, like any freebies when they're going out on contracts in terms of rations and things like that? Or...
So,
because obviously we all contribute to the coffers, so I'd think something like that might be included.
yeah,
That
so
sounds
usually,
like that. Sorry.
usually you guys, when you get a contract, if it's guild business, in which case this is guild business, then you can kind of apply for kind of some cash to kind of cover your expenses, and it'll depend on the rank that you hold and the contracts that you take, and this can be claimed through either just for gold pieces, things like rations, kind of adventuring gear, stuff like that.
Well, I don't think we need any special equipment, but just a couple of days rations each, and some tents and things like that. Just to, we've got we left tents behind as well, didn't we, when we ran from the camp?
Yep, you did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so we'll need bedrolls and all that kind of thing as well.
Titus would know how to make a yurt.
Yes, if he had the material, certainly. Yeah.
I think that's something he will eventually do, but I don't think we'd have the time, really.
It's it's one of those things that like a yurt is actually big beasts to try and construct.
Right, yeah.
Especially
we don't
one
have time, yeah.
Titus would be familiar with.
Right.
But yeah, very good for kind of long-term survival needs. If you were, say, making a kind of like a forward camp.
Yep.
Okay, so for a couple of days rations each, a couple of bedrolls, maybe a tent or two, how much would that set us?
So you guys, for this quest, will be able to claim 10 gold pieces per head. So with the 5 of you going out, you'd have... so if you wanted to get a couple of tents and some bedrolls, you'd probably... That would probably just cover it, and then you'd have to forage for rations.
Well, we do have a renowned hunter along with us. I'm sure we can get some grub, and then I can pick berries and what have you for myself.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is...
That's just cheating. Come on.
All right, Thumper, jump into the pot.
I'm pretty sure one of the conditions for that is they don't do anything that is like directly hard to them. But you, in your favoured terrain, you will get kind of advantage doing this kind of shit.
just a picture like enticing a deer and come on, lay your head on this block. Don't worry about the axe. Don't worry. Go on.
Yeah. If it's a fatal blow, yeah. But yes, you would be definitely kind of able to claim these 2 tents from Heradius, and that would definitely be within your kind of allowance.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think we'll do that then. So what's that? We don't really gain anything, don't lose anything in terms of money. We just gain the extra equipment.
Yeah, you just gain a bit of equipment. Cool. So he sorts you out with those tents, then kind of sets you up for your travels.
Okay.
Right. Well, unless anybody has anything else to do, which I'll take by the silence to be no.
Actually, Triss probably needs to return that book to
Okay.
Aquanel, because otherwise, I mean, he's grumpy enough as it is. We don't need to add fuel to our fire.
Sure. So you kind of go to his office, but he's not in. You can probably leave it on the desk, and it'll find its way back to him.
Yeah, I think maybe has a little bit of a hunt round, see if there's like any scrap of parchment, just to say thanks, and then just leaves it on the desk. Double checks that she's not like dog-eared any of those corners as well before she leaves.
Yeah.
If you know the digitation, you could probably leave a message for him like that, right?
Just carved into his desk.
With a knife!
into the table. Actually, do I? 1 second, let me just double check. I've got a few things here. Maybe
We could just set his place on fire, then he'd know we were there anyway. Titus will smash the table.
Titus, book down. Remember all saving throw?
Just absolutely slams it in.
The one table in the entire realm that he wouldn't mind breaking.
I mean, I could colour or mark or symbol an object or surface for an hour. I don't know what kind of symbol should leave. Just maybe something next on, like, the desk.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably should just leave the book. I think, look around. There's nothing immediately obvious. She just, pops it down and likes it.
Sure. Okay. So yes, you leave that there, and guys who are again ready to leave. So for this village, you'd be able to make it there in kind of a day's travel on foot, especially with kind of Havel having his kind of affinity with this woodland. He's able to make quite good progress through the village. So not through the village, through the forest to eventually reach this village that has kind of been requesting your help. So as you arrive, this village is actually even smaller than Acom that you saw. It's really, I mean, a village is probably a bit of an overstatement for it. It's just a few kind of huts clustered together, probably about 6 of them, and then like some small farmland cut of the forest. But there are crops growing there. Somebody's clearly making a living out here. And as you guys kind of draw close, you see kind of quite a few of these peasants gathered kind of in the hut. They've clearly been waiting for somebody. And as they see you arrive, they kind of raise their hands to you. It's like, so you kind of make your way to them, and this kind of middle-aged human woman kind of makes her way over to you. Are you the hunters?
Yeah, we heard that you were missing a villager, and we've come to see if we can help you.
Oh, that would be phenomenal. It's good that you've taken the time to come. I thought that you wouldn't be bothered with a small village like us.
Well, anybody missing is a concern. We want to make sure that everybody is safe. We can help.
Well, I'm glad you've came. It's my husband that's missing. He's not been back for 2 days now, and I'm scared for him.
Has he been travelling somewhere? Where did he go missing from?
He was just working the fields. We don't know what's happened to him.
May I investigate his room, please?
His room? Okay. Please. And she kind of leads you towards one of these huts. And you look inside, and it's kind of like it's very, very basic. It's actually just one room, with kind of a central fire pit. Well, this is our house. Feel free to look around, whatever you need.
Excellent. I shall go in and can I roll investigate?
You can investigate.
Lovely. I get a +4 to this roll. 23.
So you kind of you can see that the room is clearly this very well lived in communal space. From looking around, you can see that clearly the husband and the wife and what appear to be kind of bedding for 3 small children. It's kind of what you would expect for a peasant's hut this far out. There's a few kind of basic kind of utensils that have been carved from local wood. There's pretty much nothing of value here, but there are kind of a few full bags of grain in the back. So they might not be rich, but they're certainly not hungry.
So are there any signs of him leaving of his own volition? Maybe signs of some of the bags of grain missing now?
So there's no obvious sign of foul play here. It looks like any kind of hut would. You see no marks of kind of forced entry, no signs of a struggle. It doesn't look like anything's
missing in the field, so there wouldn't be any of that. But I think I'm going to rather Torek is not a sensitive man, so he's like, well, I think we can rule out him leaving of his own accord. It's probably likely he was taken by something, and walk by her, walking outside toward the field.
Okay, so as you go into a few peasants working it. It's still close to harvest season, so the grain is actually higher than your head height. So you find it hard to really search this field for anything. It's quite disorientating being that low down.
And honestly, I'm a little distracted because I'm thinking, wait a moment. The boomer blade may have applications in the agricultural sector. Cutting all this wheat would be a breeze.
So whilst Torek is off on one, Sivir kind of still with the villagers in the centre of these huts.
So is there a village chief, mayor, or anything?
Not from what you can tell. It seems to be a fairly small community. There's not really any kind of hierarchy here. It's just a few families kind of living and working, kind of like close proximity.
Okay. Well, Rulin will talk to the wife then and just ask if what sort of trouble do you get around here? Obviously, any wildlife, bandits, anything of the sort around the area?
We occasionally get a few creatures coming in, but we pay good money for the hunters of Caer Enwyn. They usually come and solve our problems. Well, not that I need to tell you that. And you would know that it's kind of like small jobs, like kind of the majority of cases for guilds, because it's not every day that you get a huge quest come in. Like a lot of your income is basically kind of protection money from these villages.
So have you had any trouble recently? Any cause to call out the hunters?
We did have a case, it must have been about 3 months ago, of a Spriggan, but we haven't had any trouble since one of the hunters took its head. It's the first we've had of anything for a while now.
And there's nothing else suspicious that's been happening recently?
I don't know what you would count as suspicious. We're just simple farmers.
So by suspicious, all I mean is there's no creatures you've seen lurking out in the night. There's nothing untoward.
Well, there are definitely creatures, but I think they stay in the woodlands for the most part. We have no livestock here, nothing to draw them in.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's not something I'm used to thinking about. She kind of like was quite apologetic, clearly quite stressed out by this whole thing. You wouldn't necessarily say that she's in shock. Clearly had a bit of an effect on her.
You do not need to worry.
So she looks to Titus, reassured by this kind of big figure here who's kind of come to help.
So your husband, he doesn't have any enemies among the villages or any other neighbouring villages around? There's no one that harbouring any grudges, perhaps?
Grudges? No, I don't think so. Unless, I mean, he plays cards with a few of the men from a neighbouring village, but I don't see why that would be anything to have a grudge against. It's not for money. We don't have much of that. I can't think of a reason why he'd have somebody want to do it any harm. She kind of breaks down in tears a bit here.
Oh.
Rillin sort of looks around a little bit uncomfortable, like gesturing to Triss maybe to come and say something to the woman.
Do you want to dance?
Tris wanders up and maybe just strokes the one on the back and says, "Oh, we'll find him. Don't worry. We'll try our best. We'll get some answers for you."
Sure. So she's kind of still obviously quite upset, but she kind of tries to stifle her sobs a bit. I know. Last anyone saw him, he was kind of gestures to the kind of a corner of one of these fields of grain.
Is that where Torik's already off investigating?
Oh, Torik, you can see that the grain is kind of moving. You can't see Torik in amongst it, but you can kind of roughly plot his course based on the disturbance he's making.
Tris is going to head over there. I think maybe she's going to grab Havel as well to kind of take him over in that general direction. I want to go over it and detect magic, just on the off chance.
Sure. So you use detect magic, and you get a hit. You kind of you follow this kind of this sense of yours, and you kind of reach down to be able to kind of scrape away a bit of dirt, and you can see a kind of small leather pouch, and on opening this, you can see a few kind of twigs and feathers, along with a couple of pebbles, and these pebbles have some kind of strange runes engraved in them.
Blair Witch.
Is it the Baron again?
Well, you're not anywhere near the
No.
anywhere near the village of Acom.
Would I have any idea what any of that is? Could I investigate?
Roll me an Arcana, please.
Ooh. Okay. That one second. Let me just. Oh god, I've got a situation with pens. Well. 5 plus 6, that's 11.
So you know that this is definitely a form of witch. You don't know what spell.
A form of what spell, sorry?
Witchcraft.
Okay.
Kind of hexology, but you don't know what hex.
Okay. Cool. I don't really know if there's anything more. I think maybe I would take it. I don't think I would put it back where it was. Is it kind of nefarious looking, or is it?
I mean, it's hard to say whether a bunch of sticks and feathers and stones looks nefarious, but given its purpose, I would probably assume that you might think it might be.
Yeah, I think I'd probably pocket it. Tris doesn't seem to have the best stop for leaving magical items alone. I think I would just take it with me.
Sure. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Cool. So you took Havel with you. So whilst Tris is kind of examining this kind of find probably alerts you that something else is at play here. So if you roll me a survival check, please.
Nice, dude.
So, Havel, you
Plus
you
one
can,
to survival.
You can see that this has clearly been planted, and you can see 2 sets of footsteps. It's very faint. The dirt is quite hard, so it's quite understandable that the villagers obviously missed these when they were kind of searching. But to your kind of experienced eye, you can trace kind of two sets of footprints here. What appears to be kind of a man's footprints, and then kind of that belonging to kind of a little girl. You would guess.
What?
This is all quite strange. Perhaps not what we were expecting.
Triss ain't feeling so great about that pouch of things that she's just found.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm.
So as you guys are kind of examining this, the wife is clearly quite anxious to kind of see what's going on. So have you found anything that might help find my Noah?
Well,
Noah.
Yes. Why? What makes you say that? A small girl. Wait. The Wilkinson's daughter went missing, but that was 2 years ago.
What?
And she's kind of clearly quite perplexed by this. We thought she was dead. We held a funeral and everything.
What were the circumstances of the girl's disappearance?
We don't know. We assumed it was a monster that took her. We never did find a body.
And she disappeared in the same way that Noah has no trace.
Yes, very similar.
You didn't find anything at the time, any pouches or anything such?
No, we searched for weeks and we couldn't find anything.
When did she go missing?
It was about 2 years ago.
Where?
Oh, where? Oh, it was just from the village, we think. Yeah, the children don't venture far. We teach them that it's not safe.
How old was she?
She must have been about 8 at the time.
In the past, potentially even years previous, has anyone else gone missing in any similar sort of way?
No, those have been the only two. I mean, we've had our share of monster attacks. It's the price we pay for living out here, but we've always found at least some remains. I'm sorry, I can't really remember. It was a while ago.
And just so we know, Crispy, what season are we in now?
So at the moment, you're kind of in some getting close to the harvest time.
So just approaching fall.
Yeah. Whatever you
So
see
if it was the
Americans are calling it these days.
village centre that the children would have been in, maybe just head back in and cast detect magic in the middle of the village as well,
Okay.
just in case.
So you go into the village centre and you cast detect magic. You don't find anything this time.
Okay.
So Rulen will mention to the wife as well, just to say, is there any local witches around that you know of in either this village or the next? anyone who casts charms, etc.
Well, we have an apothecary about a day's ride from here, but she doesn't seem like the type to do this kind of thing. She's a healer.
She uses witchcraft?
Well, no, not as such. It's more kind of salves and herbs.
What direction would that be? Just for curiosity.
It would be south of here, and that you would realize is kind of in the opposite direction from these footsteps that you found.
Okay, it's probably nothing.
And Titus, in a moment of wisdom, gathers everybody. He's figured it out. He gathers up, being the brains of the group, gathers everybody around. It is simple. The little girl killed Noah. And nods.
You're certain?
Well, so Titus, where's the blood? Where's the body? Where's the signs of a fight? Rulin's trying to teach Titus in the same moment. Like, kind of.
Oh, we need proof.
Yes, we do. So perhaps we should keep looking.
We should keep looking.
Although, for the records, I do like your hypothesis.
So, Havel, can we follow those footsteps?
You would be able to trace these, Havel. You've kind of got their existence, and you know what you're looking for now as you venture further off the beaten path. Yeah. And to be fair, he should have even rolled that as his favoured terrain, but he just didn't need to. So yes, Havel is able to kind of lead you guys kind of following these footsteps. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Havel kind of, you see him he's quite hunched over following these signs. He stops now and again to kind of examine a few kind of bushes. For everybody else, you don't really know for, but whatever he finds, he seems to be quite happy with, and he kind of leads you down a kind of a. It seems like it might have been like at one point. It's quite overgrown. Make some way, although Titus, you kind of have to sweep aside a few low-hanging branches. This kind of continues for 45 minutes. You're quite deep into the woods, and it's easy to see that for those who aren't accustomed to this kind of terrain, it would be incredibly easy to lose your bearings. However, as the kind of the wood thickens, you start to hear what sounds like crying.
Could be a trap.
Cast detect magic again.
You don't detect any magic.
Okay. Is there any kind of check we can do to figure out what's going on any further without having to move forwards?
Nope.
Nope.
Unless you've got a familiar.
No.
Titus, what is your favourite drink?
I just like that stone ale that Iron Tooth can drink.
Okay, stone ale. I'm going to enchant a potion I have to taste of that, and then give it to Titus and say, if anything happens, drink this before combat.
Which potion? The
Resilience.
Resilience. Okay. So, Titus, you've just been handed this kind of bottle and those instructions.
Wait, what starts?
A tussle. Just uses every complex word for a fight. A soiree. No, wait, that's a party.
I'm just staring at Rulin like, I don't know what's going on.
When the fight starts,
When they're
drink the potion.
fucking good.
It'll make you strong. Strong, yes.
What does
I was
potion
offended
really
for half
do?
a second and then.
Guy, do you want to answer that? The
potion of resilience, what does it do?
It'll give a +1 to AC.
isn't bad.
Titus doesn't know what that is, but Charlie does. Shit.
Okay, so Titus, you've been given this kind of
Instead of I've got my
unclear
shield in,
instructions.
I've got my shield in one hand and the potion in the other. Just like
Shield and
wobbling
okay,
along.
so you're using your shield, are you?
Yeah, yeah. Since I've been given the shield, it's like a dog with a new toy.
Yeah, so
It's-
shield and hand
it's-
axe. Yeah.
It's his favorite thing right now.
I've just got the image of Torek being like, aren't you going to take it off at the dinner table? More.
Okay, so Titus, you can hear this crying as keenly as anyone else.
Is there anything unnatural about the crying? Does it sound like a human or a creature?
Yeah, it sounds like a little girl.
Okay. Well, Rulin being the kind of naturally sort of good person that he is, will start creeping slowly forwards through the forest. Now, his previous experience with kobold traps has led to him being a little bit more cautious when moving through forests. He'll be keeping an eye on the surroundings for anything untoward, any traps.
Okay, so you kind of creep through the undergrowth, and you kind of see kind of the roots of a reasonably old tree. Is this a little girl in a dress that looks just, well, I think dress is probably too fancy a word. It's kind of it's almost like sacking material, but it kind of goes down in kind of the shape of a dress, like clearly a peasant's attire, but it's kind of torn in places and looks to be old and unwashed. The hair is incredibly ragged, and the face is dirty, although kind of tear streaks kind of cut through a lot of that. Roll me a stealth check, please, Rulin.
Oh yes, Cal!
And that's actually
So-
+6 to that as well.
Yeah, well, nat 20 is a success anyway.
That's why
Despite all those heathens who will tell you that it's only on attacks, because that's boring. Like, if a 20 is not a success, then why are you wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, you...
Good argument.
your feet fall quietly through the dirt. You don't even kind of disturb the leaves as you kind of apply yourself fully to this. And you kind of sneak up quite close. You get to about 15 yards and stop, and you can see that this kind of girl's looking quite skinny and very just unkempt in general. She hasn't noticed you. She's kind of got her curled up in like almost a fetal position against this tree and is just kind of sobbing to herself.
What's like surrounding the girl? Like what's in her immediate?
Nothing
sort of-
really. She doesn't have any kind of possessions, it would seem.
And there's no sign of Noah.
No, it's just her. You can see.
Okay. Well, Rulin is naturally a little bit concerned for the child, but at the same time a little bit cautious as well. I mean, he is aware that this girl's meant to have been missing for 2 years, so for the fact that she's just out here by herself is definitely a little bit odd. And knowing somehow that she's mixed up with the disappearance of Noah is going to be very careful about his next action as he sort of, I suppose, tries to gesture to the rest of the group to try and like come forward a little bit so that they approach at the same time.
Okay, so you guys are gestured by Rulin to come up.
Just like slowly, carefully, without too much sort of noise.
So for this, Titus, roll me a stealth check, please.
Why me?
Because you're the
Why
biggest
me?
and the most likely to snag on some twigs or something.
Why does this have to be me that does it? Okay. Actually, a 14.
So you kind of brush aside these kind of low-lying branches that you're kind of too tall to avoid, but your kind of natural instinct as a hunter means that you're careful with it so as not to alert this girl to your presence, and you manage to kind of join Rulin without any detection.
Okay. So seeing sort of no other action to be taken, Rulin sort of slowly steps forward towards the little girl, and what was her name again?
It was Connie.
Sorry, Connie. He sort of says softly, "Connie?"
So on hearing this, her kind of head snaps up. She's clearly very startled and not expecting to hear anyone. Kind of looks at you with kind of panic in her eyes. She looks like she's about to bolt.
Rulin sort of holds out his hands and like a sort of like showing he's not holding anything, and it just says, "It's okay. We've been sent from the village." Connie?
She kind of reacts to her name, and she kind of sheepishly nods at you. Still quite reluctant to get close.
What are you doing out here?
I was taken by the bad man. I got away, but I'm lost. I don't know where home is.
How long have you been out here, Connie?
I don't know. It's a long time.
Where is the bad man?
He's. She kind of raises her hand in a direction. Over there, I think. Don't make me go back.
Someone's about to fucking die, bro.
So,
I'm gonna
how?
Can I do a roll? Sorry.
What are you trying to do, Guy?
Listening on to this conversation, I just want to have a look around me and woods chanted. It sounds like she's being kept there by some kind of means, and I'm just wondering if we're under those same means, if we're lost in the woods as well.
Well, you're not lost. Havel's been leading pretty accurately through these woods and has a kind of good grip on his bearings.
Okay. Well, if he's confident. The one time I'm not drawing a map. Ugh.
What were you thinking, like the Hobbit kind of thing, where the woods are leading us?
Yeah, they're like leading us in and we'll be lost in the woods forever kind of thing.
Oh, so smart. So smart.
So, Connie, how did you escape from the man?
He left the hut, and I managed to slip free of my bindings. I made a run for it, but I didn't know where to go, and I couldn't find the village.
You couldn't find the village?
We don't go into these woods. Mummy says it's not safe. I don't know my way.
So Rulin's kind of making a mental note there that she said she doesn't know where the village is, but there's been footsteps of the girl found in the village, so he's kind of getting a little bit more suspicious.
Yeah, what is going on, dude?
So, what is this man like? What kind of things can he do?
I don't know. He makes things out of plants. I don't know what they are.
Ruin will sort of still, trying to pacify. Will take a couple of steps towards her, maybe.
She again is. She's been talking to you for a while now, so she's less cautious, but she still kind of flinches as you reach out.
He pulls out a little packet from his rations, just like a little sort of biscuit type thing, and offers. You must be hungry.
So, kind of seeing this food, she kind of takes it and wolfs it down. I mean, she's quite scrawny now. You can see that it looks like she hasn't been eating too well. Thank you, mister. Tasty.
You're welcome.
You know it isn't tasty, but
Titus is gonna. He thinks like he has the best drink in the world in his hand. So he's gonna open the potion and try and be like, "Hey, you need some some of that ale."
So she kind of drinks this potion, and I mean, it doesn't taste like ale to her. So she kind of drinks this potion. That tastes funny, mister.
So Roland gives Titus a strange look. He doesn't really know what Titus is thinking, but okay. Don't worry, it won't do you any harm.
Presumably, there's still some left, even though he.
No, she chugged the whole thing. They're not huge potions.
Right.
It's
so is the girl aware of the rest of the party's kind of presence at this point?
Yeah, she would kind of have. Now she's looking up rather than kind of just curled up. She's kind of grasped that you're not alone.
Okay. So we'll almost sort of turn to everyone else and say, well, we can either continue looking for Noah or we could escort the girl back to the village.
Well, she's got +1 AC now, so.
One
Joey
plus one.
tank.
So you look around. It's a forest. You find like a wood pigeon fairly easily. Okay, so you use those slots, and the pigeon is now your chum, and listening keenly. Yes.
Greetings, pigeon.
I think it's just like in real life, Jace. You talk to the pigeons, mate.
So the pigeon kind of looks at you. They're not the brightest of birds, but you get your point. He kind of takes off, and he's gone for a few minutes, and he kind of comes by. I don't have any idea what voice to use for a pigeon, so I'm not even going to.
Go on, mate. Give it a go. Give it a go, Chris. Pigeon sound like.
What does a pigeon sound like? These deep metaphysical questions that keep me up at night.
This is the makings. Here we go. This is going to be amazing.
That was going to be a parrot then. Fuck. I have like two go-to bird voices, and it's parrot and owl, and I'm just trying to think of which one is closer to a pigeon. Where do I go from that? Let's go with it. Fuck it. What? Manhunt? Woodlands? Follow! And he kind of takes off from the tree in a general direction. Havel. So you kind of know he's flying kind of roughly northeast.
Yes. Ruler looks up.
I mean, Ruler's
not really
together a lot.
Yeah. So
We'd know.
So you just get your intention is to move out by yourself. Well, how far have we walked from the village at this point?
So it took you guys a while to get in here, and it was only really because Havel kind of knew the way that you're able to do it in 45 minutes rather than probably 2 hours. Yeah,
we probably struggled to find our way back without Havel.
I was going to say, yeah, we should stick together. I think.
Okay, well, Ruler sort of speaks with Connie and just says, "Look, there's another man from your village. Do you know Noah?"
Well, she kind of nods ahead at that.
I have an idea. In the meanwhile, I've got something. I can use Awakened Mind, so I can communicate telepathically with any creature I can see within 30 feet. So maybe Havel could go sort of as far as we can see him, and see whether there's anything going on. He probably won't get very far, but we might be able to get a little bit further. Or I could go halfway as far as him, and then have someone back with the girl, and we can communicate via me in the middle.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Walkie-talkie Triss.
Yeah.
So you kind of communicate this plan and kind of form this kind of relay. And Havel, as you kind of go in this direction, you can see kind of an opening to a clearing and what appears to be a little hut, and in this kind of marshy area of the woods. This is probably what the pigeon was referring to. So you're 60 feet then from the girl, and you can see further 100 feet amidst the trees. Because the forest has thinned out a bit as this marsh has taken over. About, you would estimate, 100 feet further. No, they wouldn't. It doesn't really look like it has any windows, a door, and you can see as you kind of sit and watch. There's some smoke coming from the chimney.
Who's Triss speaking to in the main group? Who would be listening?
Well, it could be either of the other three then.
I'm straight up. It's don't let me recommunicate what is going on.
So is it Torek or
It's up to you. It's up to you
who we're speaking to. Who would? Probably be
Who
Torek,
wants
I
Chris
guess.
inside? I'll midget now.
All right.
I mean, it's Torek
you
there.
talk.
Okay.
Guy,
We'll speak to Roland
Guy,
then.
are you there?
Yeah, it's a ruler.
This is real.
Is Guy,
Yes.
is
Hello?
Guy
It's
gone?
just on the
Oh, I am here. Hello.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, sorry, my system's having a bit of a hiccup. No, it's cool. I've just altered some settings. My GPU has been disabled.
I'm trying to figure out if you're still talking about Torek or...
He's talking about his boomerang.
Yeah, what experiment?
I need more RAM. Just sticking horns onto the fucking.
Okay, so Guy, you are the kind of the end point of this relay.
Okay.
So now the question is, do we push forward to the hut, or do we observe a little longer? What do we do? Because we're probably going to have to leave this girl alone. It doesn't look like she really wants to come back to the hut, but also we can't really send her back to the village on her own. She'll get lost.
Is Yendorn with us? Maybe we could send him to escort the
No,
girl back.
Yendorn is not with you. He was quite busy with this Dragonborn when you guys.
Yeah, whatever the armorer, whose name is. I'm gonna get breathy points. Dulsar Thantaken.
Fantasan, yes, yeah,
Fantasan, yes.
You've made good notes. I'll give you that. But yes, Yendorn is not currently with.
So has the information been relayed to the rest of the group?
I'm guessing that when Havel first saw this, you probably would have informed Triss.
Okay.
She would have informed you.
Okay, well, Ruin will turn to Connie then and just say, look, we were out here looking for Noah because he's gone missing. And it's possible that this bad man in the hut may have taken him. So we're going to go to the hut and try to rescue Noah. We'll bring you with us, but you don't have to come into the hut. You can wait under the trees for us while we go and take a look.
She kind of nods and almost holds your hand, and I mean, she clearly doesn't like being in the woods, but she doesn't want to be left alone either.
Okay. So then we'll relay through Torek to Triss to Havel that the plan is that we're going to, I guess, sneak up to the tree, the edge of the tree line, and see if we can come up with a plan for going up to the hut.
Do we want to question this little girl any further about the fact that we followed her footsteps back up here and she says she doesn't know how to get back to the village? Or are we just going to keep that to ourselves? So, like, that's kind of like how we got here. If we're walking into an ambush, it might be good to not give our hand away, like pretend to be oblivious.
So Rulin kind of makes attempts to make the telepathic communication with Triss without Connie here.
Maybe just like hops around or something. Maybe we all have a signal at this stage to use when we need some quiet communication.
So Rulin throws up a gang.
Yeah. It's a T sign for telepath.
Now,
it's the one letter Titus knows as well. So.
It's quite useful.
Clearly been thought out and pre-organised, yeah.
I could go in disguised as the girl, perhaps.
Oh shit, that's a good idea.
Ooh!
Yeah?
Yeah, I guess you could. So is that
anyway,
magical or with a disguise kit, guy?
I have the disguise self first level spell.
Okay. So sure, if you want to.
Don't let her see it. Don't let her see it. Oh, Titus wouldn't know that. Titus wouldn't know that.
So anyway, Breland does communicate to Triss anyway that he is still a little bit suspicious of the girl and what's happened, but at the same time, she doesn't appear to be hostile towards them. Perhaps she's just under some kind of strange spell.
The disguise self spell works very well, similarly to alter self, where I can grow a foot taller or shorter. But that's all the growing I can do. That would probably constitute me being the size of her at least, considering that she is a little girl.
She's probably taller than you, Guy. Really.
Well, I'm what, 3 foot something? What is she, like 4 foot something?
About that, yeah. It wouldn't be much.
Okay, so maybe the best option would be, so we all agree silently via Triss that we're all a little suspicious. As Triss is relaying this information to Torek, he suggests about his idea of disguising himself. So yeah, we sort of relay this back. We're probably going to have to leave Havel out of this because I'm guessing he's still keeping an eye on the hut. Actually, no, maybe we could be including him in this, actually, if I've stayed put in the middle.
Yeah.
So we could send Torek along to meet Havel, disguise himself, send him into the hut, disguised as the girl.
And then we'll all move up and join Havel, ready to help out.
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. So, Torek kind of disguises himself, and it's not. No, there are some kind of minor differences, but overall, it's quite an effective disguise. Like if you didn't know the girl, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was in fact a gnome. So, Guy, up to you.
I'm going to approach the hut.
Sure. So you approach the hut with the others kind of waiting in the forest. As you kind of get there, you kind of hear the door kind of creak open.
Guys, do we not need a panic symbol or signal or something just in case this all goes real?
Tarek just turns around and starts throwing other gang signs.
I'm sure Torek could be able to let us know if something. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve. He'll be
okay.
He'll set fire to the roof or some shit.
Well.
Yeah, we'd have to get closer.
So, Tarek, as you approach the hut, the door kind of swings open, and kind of out of the hut pops a kind of a figure of a of a man. You realise from the description you got, he's probably the Noah that you're looking for. He sees you kind of approaching, and he kind of goes to grab you, just like, there you are, Connie. What if I told you about ring?
I'm sorry.
And he kind of grabs you by the wrist and kind of leads you.
Oh shit! What wrist?
That is a very good point, actually.
Should I flip a coin or something?
I'm going to roll a d6, Guy. On a 1 to 3, it's your right wrist with the boomer blade on it. On a 4 to 6, is your left arm with no such thing to give you away.
Wielding yet.
As he reaches out to grab your wrist, his kind of hand clutches on it, and although it looks like he's just grabbing a kind of a bare girl's wrist, he kind of feels the metal of your boomer blades, and he turns to you, and you kind of see his face kind of drop as he realizes.
See him.
Handle a little
Hold on, I'm not done.
Oh shit!
So as this happens, you see his features start to shift, and his kind of back becomes more hunched. His skin takes on a kind of sickly, kind of bluey grey pallor. You're not my Connie. Roll initiative.
Yeah, it's your dex. It says next to your armor class on your sheet. Initiative.
Scale that down so it's in the...
Yeah, there are other factors that can change your initiative, but generally it's to your dex.
Okay, so with the rest of you hiding in the woods, Torek is now face to face with this creature that is clearly not Noah.
Oh, Tris, that freaking ape!
So if you guys want to self,
Crispy, I don't know if it's a giveaway, but the environment is labelled.
environment.
Yeah, you want to...
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, there's not much we can... I mean, looking at the picture, I could...
it kind of gives it away. Yeah.
I just mean in terms of what type of creature would be unnecessarily. No, I don't.
Who lives in a marsh hut?
You hag!
And the hag needs to roll initiative, actually. Although that being said,
I'm on
she will
22 for initiative,
22, so
so
just
yeah.
put that up there then. 22.
Cool.
Oh, fucking
So she is going to be on 15, or well, you don't know yet if it's a she or not, but 15. However, because she kind of saw through Torek's disguise, she is going to make an attack against him before combat starts.
No!
Oh no!
10, so that goes up to 17, my boy.
It's a hit.
You know
It's a hit.
what could have saved me from this? +1 AC.
Yeah.
Listen to me. You give a potion to the idiot. What's he gonna do?
Okay, so Torek,
Loving idiot.
my dude, she is
I am
going
hit.
to slash at you with claws, and it hits. Wait for it. 2d6 plus 4, my dude. So 13 damage to Torek as the fight starts.
Holy shit!
Okay. Now, Torek, you guys from the bushes, you see Torek kind of reel as he can't really dodge this blow because the kind of hag's other hand is still grasping her wrist. She kind of like swipes across his body. Seeing this, Havel, you kind of leap into action. No, that'll be a free action. I mean, you probably would have had it out while you were tracking, I imagine. It's out of habit. Mm-hmm.
Let's measure it out. Let's go.
Okay. Prone, sure. Roll me the attack, please.
Get him, mate.
Yeah, d20, and then add your...
Mm.
Although you've got 5 for... well, okay, crits.
Oh, let's go! Yes,
Okay.
James! Oh my
So-
god!
Clearly not expecting to be kind of blown or hit by an arrow out of this woodland. The damage is quite noticeable to the hag. So roll me twice for normal damage and then add your modifier.
D8 normally.
So yeah, 2d8 and then plus 5 if you've got 5 plus dex now.
18 damage.
18 damage. It's a strong start. So the arrow strikes true. You see that it connects quite well. Really, this hag clearly caught by surprise, and as a result of that, let me quickly jot down the damage you just did, and then because it's clearly taken by surprise, it's going to, instead of it being a DC 10 saving throw, it is going to be a DC 15.
Ooh. Better than my spells.
However, she is going to get a 16 on it, unfortunately.
Loss?
So plus 4 strength for Ag.
Holy shit.
It's quite strong. The blow kind of connects, and there's a kind of a big kind of clap as the kind of the payload goes off. But although she staggers, the hag remains on her feet. Okay, Triss.
Okay. How far away are we from the hut?
Each of these are 5 feet, these squares. So you want... So you're about 50 feet away from the hut.
Okay.
Probably about 60 from the hag.
So, I think maybe we'll just go straight Eldritch Blast. Let's not mess around.
Roll me
the goods, dude. Yeah.
Roll me the hit.
It's just getting about 20.
Okay, what am I adding to this? Am I adding anything to this?
Yes, you're adding your proficiency and your charisma, so that's plus 7. So that hits. Fairly safe to say.
Yeah,
that's a nice solid 24.
Casual 24. Big deal. No big deal, Pascal.
This
Cool.
Triss kind of extends her hand and closes her eyes. See her mouth mutter something, and this kind of brilliant kind of blast erupts from her hands, and as it kind of goes, it leaves this trail in the air that looks like kind of almost like a mirage, as if the very air it's travelled through has been disturbed and warped. But it catches this hag kind of in the chest as she's kind of pulling her arm back for another attack on Torek. So roll me the damage.
Okay, so that's 1d10 plus
1d10.
5, because I've got Agonizing Blast.
Yep. So 11 damage.
11.
That's like the equivalent of a heavy crossbow.
That's so powerful. Agonizing Blast is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So I've done 18.
Okay.
Cool.
So the next person to act in this, what's turning into quite a massacre is Titus.
Okay. Titus is really excited. It's been 2 days since he hit anything. So he's got his shield in one hand and his axe in the other.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not close enough to hit him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is my move.
Okay. So Titus, you kind of
I'm oh shit.
you end up in this bog, and you can kind of feel the mud start to cling to your legs. You're quite tall, so it's only up to your knees, but you can feel yourself kind of struggling to move as you go further and further through this bog.
I feel like he would barely even notice it. That's
not how I feel.
No, no. I'm gonna. Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So he's within range. As he runs in and he feels his legs starting to lag, he's going to throw one of his hand axes. That axe that he has in his hand, he's going to throw it at the hag.
Okay, roll me a hit dice.
He's going to rage and reckless.
Range and reckless, sure.
It's 18.
An 18 is a hit.
Okay.
And the damage, if you will.
10.
10, okay. So the axe kind of flies through the air and it kind of lodges itself in this shoulder that's kind of raised to attack again. The hag kind of cries out in pain and lets go of Torik's other wrist.
Nice.
Cool. That's move, bonus action, and action.
Sure. Yendorn is not currently with us, so Torik, having kind of just been released from your kind of this grip, it's now your turn.
I'm going to apply lightning. And,
Apply lightning.
I'm going to shocking grasp her.
Okay.
+6 on the hit. 21.
Hits.
This does D8 damage. 2 damage.
2 damage. Okay, and obviously the shock kind of takes this witch a bit by surprise, and she loses her reaction for the turn.
Cool. I am then going to use the opening to go 1, run into her house, and use the bonus action to slam the door behind me.
There's no lock on it.
Oh no.
There's no lock on the hut.
Alright. Titus is nearby. I'm just going to hold it closed for now.
Okay. Sure. So, kind of enraged by this blast of electricity and kind of annoyed by the fact that you're kind of escaped into her own hut, the haggis are going to actually kind of charge in and try and kick the door down. So, it's going to be a contested strength roll, guy.
Alrighty.
So, roll me d20 and I'll do the same.
She's getting +4 to that.
So she's got 9.
8! Oh, I don't get a modifier!
So she kind of kicks the door in with a bonus action, kind of forcing you back, and she swipes at you, who's now inside her hut. As a point of interest, you could see that the hut, there seems to be like the kind of disembodied form of a human. You realise this is probably Noah, along with a lot of other stuff. So similar kind of hex bags. So that's +7 onto that. So it's a 13.
That does not hit Torik.
Which does not hit Torik. So
that's what I'm talking about.
As she kind of runs in and swings at you, you kind of almost the blow from her actually opening the door kind of gave you the momentum you needed to dodge this.
Ooh.
Okay, and Rulin.
Okay.
If you roll with the hits won't roll on you.
I've already kind of done the math, but I can do a dash to make it all the way around this way.
Sure. So, kind of putting on the pace, kind of bypassing the kind of muddy marsh that you've seen Titus try to wade through.
The bridge that's already there.
So you're coming.
But being as it's a dash, he's going to stop just short.
Just short, okay.
And he'll shout at the hag, "You ugly wretch, turn and face me."
Ooh.
Is that intimidation?
Okay. Intimidation, yeah, sure, why not?
Probably didn't do too well with this last time. 11. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I got last time as well.
Just turns around. You're next.
Okay, so I've got its attention. And with it being a dash. That's it. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, and we're back around to Havel. Now, having seen this hag go into the hut, you've kind of lost line of sight on her as she's gone inside to follow Torek. Not that you can put an arrow through this the door, as far as you can tell. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've not quite got line of sight on her just there, but you haven't gone through any of the thick mud either.
You could dash, though. Yep.
Yeah, dash would be your action, so you wouldn't be able to attack in the same time. Yeah. It's your movement again. Mm-hmm. You'd probably be able to see enough of her to take a shot, as long as she doesn't move further into the building. Mm-hmm. Okay. Triss, you're in the same kind of position now. Shot.
Yeah, I'm just counting through. I think I'm going to just use a dash as well, because otherwise I'm just useless. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can move to, like, this area, right?
You can move through the marsh, but you'll start to kind of get fixed with this sticky mud.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe? I'll pop myself on this little bit of a bridge. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that'll do.
Sure, okay.
Although,
You plonk yourself down there.
I don't like the look of that. Oh well, yeah. That's me.
Okay. Titus, as you start to feel this mud on you, roll me a strength check, please.
Great. Yep, no problem.
Is that a saving throw or a normal?
It is the same.
It makes
So-
sense to Titus that he
Ooh,
would just
that is
straight
a
line towards something.
22, my man.
So you kind of see that this situation is unfolding in front of you. Find the strength to carry on, kind of just tearing your legs free of this mud, and it has no effect.
Guys, can someone tell someone needs to teach Titus not just to run in a straight line at the enemy anymore.
That
I'm
is
so
the lightest
stupid.
thing to do.
It is such a Titus thing to do. And thank goodness, because
It's
1,
good role
2,
playing.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puts him right there. He is still raging because he did an attack, and he is going to do. He's not going to do reckless this time. He doesn't need to because Torek's flanking. But so he still gets advantage. Presumably free action to draw his other axe.
Yep.
His other hand axe. So with advantage, that is a 14.
14 does not hit, so as the axe comes down, it kind of hits the kind of a craggy back of this hag, and the blade fails to bite.
Okay. As a bonus action, he will curse her in Giant, which doesn't do anything, as But he has hit her, so we do get ancestral protection.
Well, technically, he hasn't acted. He's attacked.
Well, if
that's what the proc is.
It is so. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. You're right. While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack. So no, does not proc.
Did you hit her with the hand axe, the thrown hand axe?
Yeah, but it only lasts a turn.
Ah, I see.
So technically, she should have got disadvantage on you when she attacked you, guy.
Is it for range 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is it all allies within a distance, or is it just allies?
Nope.
Because I may have run out of your sight.
Hang on. It is.
I think it's just any creature that it attacks.
While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack action on your turn becomes the target of your ancestors. Until the start of your next turn, that target has disadvantage on any attack rolls that isn't against you.
Huh.
Okay, so
Guy would. It doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter. She missed anyway.
But I missed this turn, so everybody's fair game.
Okay, so Titus, having kind of drawn her attention away from talk of that, it's now Toric's turn to act.
God, I'm not sure how to take advantage of the situation. Ooh. Now that all my allies are here and have her in vision, I could do something a bit risky. It does sound like a Toric. I think I'm going to do it. I cast Fairy Fire.
Okay. Where would you like to center this?
The Fairy Fire is going to be all creatures. The hut itself is seems to be 20 by 20.
Give or take, yeah.
So, including her and me, we're the targets of the spell.
Right, okay. So you two kind of both get illuminated by... You said they were kind of like a seeker swarm, didn't you, before?
Yeah. I would like to imagine it's like fireflies out, giving them an outline. So making them easier to target and hit and predict their movements, because they're basically highlighted for people.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so both you and this hag kind of are kind of lit up by these fireflies. Clearly, you need to build an IFF into.
Yeah, I've highlighted myself as green and her as red.
Okay. Okay, cool. So she is now lit up, and people will have advantage.
Yep, all attacks will have advantage against.
Whilst Guy maintains his concentration. Yeah.
But what goes around, anything attacking me will have advantage.
So this is a bit of a risky move by Tor. We'll see if it works. Okay, so any bonus actions? No movements, I assume?
Most of my bonus actions are spells, and I can't really cast 2 spells in a round, sadly. So,
well, you can if one's an action and one's a bonus.
Only if one of them is a cantrip. Unfortunately, you cannot cast 2 spells of level 1 or higher together in the same turn, even if one is a bonus action.
Of course, Healing Word isn't a cantrip. I always forget that.
Yeah, it's a real spell. Actually, I'm going to drink a potion as a bonus action. Thank you for reminding me. This is a healing elixir. Drinker regains a number of hit points equal to 2d4 plus int modifier.
Sure, so roll me the dice, please.
Oh, sweet healing. 5, 9. 9 health healed.
9 health for Torek.
Yeah.
So, Torek, it's not the most tasty beverage you've brewed up, but you can kind of feel the bleeding start to slow.
Survival is tasty.
These quote of the day right there, survival is tasty. But yeah, these kind of claw wounds on your chest start to kind of knit themselves a bit close together. Not fully, but it's not as deep a wound as it was. Okay, now the hag, turning to face both Rulin's taunt and Titus's blow, sees you guys having charged out from the forest. She reaches out her hand and she casts Shatter, centered on this point here.
Oh,
so
shit.
All 4 of you guys, other than Torek, roll me a Constitution saving throw, DC 15. That's a failure from Titus.
Oh my god!
That is a critical failure from Rule.
So that is still
Plus
a
0
9
for
from
me.
Titus, by the way.
So that's a save. That's a save from Triss. And then Havel, what was the 14? So Triss, you kind of managed to.
Though.
It was a 9, but it was a DC saving throw. So you guys, kind of this hag, this spell, it hits you guys hard. So for the 2 of you that failed, you'll be taking 3d6.
How much?
3d6 damage, so 12 damage each. Triss, you succeeded, so you'll take half 6.
What's the what is the damage type, Christy?
For that, it is force damage, I think. Let me double check. It's either force or lightning. Thunder damage, yeah.
Thunder. Okay, yeah, that is Titus before.
12, so 37 HP left for Titus.
Yeah.
Havel now has his down to 15.
What? Did you add your health when you leveled up, Havel?
You were 27 when you leveled up, weren't you? How was it 28?
Yeah,
so it is 28. So 16. Yep, that's my memory failing there. And Triss, you've taken the 6 damage. So that puts you on 17 now. Now for Cal, having rolled a 1, having rolled a 1, you're going to take an additional on top of that 12.
Oof.
So 15 damage on Rulin.
16.
Leaving him on 16 health.
Just go hide. Everybody hide.
Let Torek just enjoy his company.
Holy shit.
Okay. So she kind of cackles. You see as you kind of fall victim to the spell, but her attention is momentarily away from the injured Torek.
How much health are you on, guy?
21. I'm actually doing alright.
Oh, dude.
After that healing potion, I feel great.
Bro, we'll tank this shit. We got it.
Do we done?
You're on 23, guy. Not 21. Pretty sure, because you had 27 max health, didn't you?
Yeah, 27 max health fell to
14 when you took 13 damage. Plus 9.
Yep, okay.
23, you're doing yourself out of 2 health.
Woo!
Guys,
Friendly
you're a
neighborhood DM.
generous DM sometimes.
I have to balance it.
Yeah. when you hit the entire team for nearly 100 damage in one blow.
I am altering the HP score. Pray I do not alter it further.
If you didn't want to get hit by AoE spells, you group up in an AoE target. So
I know that was a beautiful. That hurt a lot.
cool. Anyway, we are on to Roland.
Okay.
Oh,
Is there room in this doorway for fighting the hag?
There is not. The hag is now actually pinned kind of in this doorway between Titus and Toric.
And I can't fight through Titus. Oh.
You don't have the reach, I'm afraid. Your arms aren't long enough.
Okay. How does ranged attacks work through that's such a tight space?
You can make your range attacks as
Okay. I'll attempt to throw a kunai at the hack.
roll me the dice. That is a miss, I'm afraid.
Yep. Oh, I get advantage, don't I?
Yes, because of the fairy fire.
Do me proud.
That is also a miss.
Oh wow.
It's okay. It's okay.
Right, so despite your best efforts, Kunai kind of flies past her, narrowly missing Toric.
no, red! Red is the enemy!
Okay, we're back round to Havel.
Sorry, do you have any spells that can get you and?
I used my last spell slot.
Oh,
I kind of forgot because I used a spell slot to disguise myself. Whoopsie.
sorry. Jason's go. Sorry, man.
He's going to take this boat and he's going to sail out.
Spoken like a true rogue, yeah. Yeah, that's solid. I mean, if you wanted to, you could probably make an attempt at a jump if you didn't want to go in, but that's up to you.
That's a trick question.
Been around the block a few times. No, I've already kind of substituted one evil plot I was going to pull on you guys today, so I'm being quite kind.
I think it's just anytime the DM says, if you wanted to, it's just always like, oh.
We're all like half elf, and he's like, I've been kind, yeah.
Oh, you should have seen some of the other contracts.
God damn.
Yeah, right now Titus just wish he could be beheading some bandit
That's
leader
it,
somewhere.
but at least he's fighting, dude. He was so hungry for war. This is better than some regular fight. You're not going to jump?
No, you can make it. It counts as movement.
It's
just
kind of
you'd
like
have
a
to-
movement, yeah.
You'd have to make an athletics check for me. So it'll be plus strength, yeah. So you can... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this would be like a reasonably jump, so...
Yeah.
Plus your strength. Yeah, that's... Yeah, that's going to do it. You make it across.
Nice. It's that elven skill right there. Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. I just assumed there's so many half elves. You're all little people to me.
You do have Triss and Titus in the way, but due to the fact that the fairy fire is still in effect, I'll just let you take just a regular attack instead of disadvantage.
Plus, he is +9.
He does, yeah. But I mean, he's already got advantage. But I mean, it then halves their movement, but the hag is pretty much pinned in there anyway. Okay, sure. Roll me the dice, please. So the arrow whizzes by. You kind of gave it a bit more safety, avoid hitting.
+9.
Yeah, it's still a +9.
Yeah. You gave it a bit more safety margin to avoid hitting Triss and Titus, but as a result, it kind of hits the mud wall of the shack rather than the hag.
Damn, 15 misses? Shit.
Okay, brings us back to Triss.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna cast a mirror image on myself.
Okay.
Just as a little bit of a protection for the
Sure.
fact that we're all kind of clustered up and there's a lot going on. Do I need to do anything for that?
Mirror image, so no, not at this
No.
point. It just appears
Yeah.
these kind of duplicates of yourself.
Cool. And I think we'll leave it at that for my turn. I'm going to stay where I'm at. Actually, I might take another movement, just back another step. I'm just going to move a little bit further out of the way. Ooh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
It is something to say that mirror image will kind of work for attacks, but more area of effect spells, all your illusions will be hit by it if they're within the area, which they will be because they're sharing your slot.
Before you stepping away from them, my dude.
Yes. Yes. So you guys.
Shit! Yeah, am I doing myself a disservice? Like, am I better just staying where I'm at?
Well, it's that's not the thing.
No, you know what? I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna commit myself to it. That's where we're at.
Where are the duplicates?
They take the same space as Triss.
Yeah, they just sort of like.
Oh, they move with
cluster.
you.
They
Oh,
float
okay.
around her and occasionally interchange, so that it's hard for anyone to keep track of which is the
Yeah,
real
shifting
one.
position, so it's impossible to tell which is real.
Mhm.
And you use your action to dismiss them, but yeah. That's
Okay,
3. Cool.
so Triss is kind of taking a bit of a defensive mindset for a little
Yes.
bit. Give the melee guys a bit of room. So Titus, you have your turn now.
He's so upset that he missed.
Mm-hmm.
It's an embarrassment. He still has advantage. So he's just going to swing with his hand axe again.
One's a crit. That'll do it.
We don't quite have critical damage yet, which would have been beautiful. At level 6, I start tripling critical damage, but for now it's double, which is fine.
So, what's that add up to then with your strength modifier?
17 because I get my rage as well.
17 damage because, of course, your range. Good. So this
17 damage.
you make up for your first miss with this particularly savage strike. You feel the axe kind of bite deep and kind of cut into some sinew and muscle. The hack kind of wails as this kind of axe is pulled free. A very, very big hit. Okay.
Bonus action is going to be to call her an ugly old wench and giant.
Okay. So, the Spirit Guardian obviously activates again because you've hit. And yeah, it's a good round from Titus. Torek, you're up.
I think it's time to hit with a melee attack
Okay.
at advantage.
The fucking big
It's
gun is
another
coming out
crit.
now. That's
What?
what I'm talking about, bro.
A
Yeah,
lot of crits today.
dude, we've been killing it.
Cool. And I do... 11 damage.
11 damage. Alrighty. So, yeah, while she's kind of reeling from the attack, you put the boomer blade into her leg. Again, it goes in quite deep, and blood kind of erupts from the wound. Now she's furious at this, and is going to take a swing at Torek. The advantage of Fairy Fire is cancelled by the disadvantage of Spirit Guardians, so it's just a regular roll.
Yep.
And it hits.
Oh no, shit.
So 2d6 plus 4, my dude.
2d6 plus 4 is so much damage.
So 10 damage to Torek as this kind of back its claw attacks.
Ooh.
2d6 plus 4 is the same as Titus with a great sword. That's big. That's big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And then as a bonus action, she is going to cast Healing Word on herself. So that's going to be a d4.
But bad guys can't heal.
So she gains a bit of health. The blood stops kind of gushing from her leg as much as it has been. Rulan's turn.
Okay. I guess Rulan's going to give Titus some words of encouragement. And so, as an action, I'll do the help action for Titus.
Okay.
Help works against attack rolls, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can help Titus. But, I mean, he's getting advantage
I
already.
need it. I don't know if I need it.
Oh, yeah, the
Just
fairy
'cause-
fire. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Guy, roll me a Constitution saving throw to see if you break your concentration.
Ooh.
Oh, because it took damage.
Let's see, that is 12 plus, I think my modifier is 2. I'll just check. Oh, it's plus 1, so 13.
So as you kind of get hit by this backhand, your head starts to spin a little bit, and the kind of illusionary magic dissipates around both you and the hag.
Damn it. But it's not a con save on saving a spell, is it?
Yeah, it is. But
It's a concentration, I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
you-
then I got 15, sorry.
You're 15.
Yeah.
Okay, in which case the spell is still.
Okay.
Yeah, you get proficiency in your con. Yeah, mustn't forget to add that.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, very
sorry
close.
about that.
It's still fine. No worries.
Okay.
Yeah, brings us on to Rulan then.
Alright, well, we'll just take one step to the side and then attempt to throw another kunai past Titus and into the...
Okay, roll me the dice.
We've got to get Rulan hitting.
Plus dex and proficiency.
14.
It does not connect.
Advantage, because the fairy fire.
Yep.
Yep.
Keep forgetting that. 18.
That one does hit, so...
That's more like it now.
damage.
Yes.
Sorry, 2 seconds. D4. That's 8.
8 damage, so the kunai goes in quite deep.
Good hit.
And brings us back round to Havel.
We need to get Cal into combat here.
Well, just actually 2 seconds. Are we the kunai? Because I class that as a monk weapon.
Can he flurry of blows?
Is that allowed?
Can you use key on them?
Well, flurry of blows specifically is unarmed, so I can't do that. But
because I think one of the caveats for stunning blow is it has to be an unarmed strike.
Oh, I've not unlocked stunning blow yet, but no, it doesn't matter. Ignore what I'm saying. I was thinking, yeah, I'm thinking of something that I've not got yet. So
That's the thing. Like, you guys are fighting in fairly close confines here. You've kind of got.
I'm gonna deal with that.
Pinned.
I'll deal with that next turn.
Titus is on the job. Okay, in which case, onto Haven's turn. No, it's still active. Guy proficient in his save. So it's the same scenario. You're still firing through the same people, but it cancels the disadvantage, so it'll just be regular roll. Please. Hits. That's good.
+9 is
Yeah, where are you getting that 9?
+9 is disgusting.
So proficiency, so +2, and then your dex +5 should be +7, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but then you get.
Oh, but your archery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your archery, yeah. So
Yeah.
Yeah, +9. Awesome.
Man, when Havel gets like some sort of magical bow with like a plus, something like that, it's just going to be.
Damn.
It's going to be devastating.
Sorry, Jace. What was that damage? 10 damage. Okay, so the arrow strikes true. It goes quite deep.
If I can get a magical bow.
Can you imagine? Oh yeah, it's +11 to hit. God damn. I was going to say, roll a 2. Oh yeah, that's a hit.
Okay, so the arrow is kind of lodged in her shoulder. She kind of snaps the shaft off, but it's still there. Triss.
If I use like Eldritch Blast or something, can I get through?
Yeah, you can make the shot there. You're only firing through Titus, so you won't, and you're quite close.
Yeah, just highest. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna use Eldritch Blast again.
Roll me blast, please.
So is that +2?
It'll be your charisma plus your proficiency, so +7.
Alright, okay, +7.
So 16,
Yeah,
which
+7.
unfortunately is not going to hit.
Okay, cool.
You, Titus, you kind of see this bolt whiz by between you and kind of hit the wall, the far side of the hut, where it kind of takes a chunk out of this mud brick wall.
I love Triss's magic, because I've seen it a bunch now.
Yeah.
Magic just entertains Titus because it's just destruction. So he sees it hit and it's just like, oh.
And which brings us on to destruction of your own.
So chuckling after seeing Triss's magic take a chunk out of the house, he's going to. He's going to grab the hag and try to throw her to here.
Okay, so kind of grapple her into the open.
Yes, so that everybody can hit her and to get her away from Torek. he doesn't care what damage he takes. He doesn't care what hits come in. He's just going to try and move her.
Sure. So, grappling. Let me quickly bring up the rules of Max. I'm not too familiar. I think it might just be an actual attack roll. Let me quickly.
Grappling is athletics versus athletics, isn't it? Or...
Let's see. Here you go. So, instead of an attack roll, a strength check contested by the target's strength or dexterity. Okay, so it's a contested roll. So Titus is clearly the stronger one here. So let's roll those dice. I mean, the hag's not weak, but
I will get advantage as well, which is great. Let's do it. Game on.
So it's kind of you kind of grab
16.
this. You grab this hag and are able to kind of grapple her and pull it into the desired tile.
I just try and lift her over my shoulder like a wrestling move. Like when he was a young Goliath in the cold mountains, we'd wrestle in the middle of the camp with some of the other young up-and-comers. And I try and just like T-bone him over my shoulder. I'm going to try and do that. So, just throw her over my shoulder behind me to the square.
Sure. So the hag, clearly not expecting to be manhandled, is kind of lifted over Torik's shoulder and kind of dumped unceremoniously out into the open air. It's a good move. Gets her in the open. Nicely done.
Cool. No damage, but that's okay.
No damage, but at this point she's still grappled.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good move there. So, Torik, you've clearly just seen Titus just remove the source of...
Can I argue that I can get a reaction from it?
No, you may not. I think that would be...
I don't think so, Deanna.
That's fair.
I don't think that.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Let's see. What can I do? I'll tell you what. I'll look around the house. Is there anything around that I can?
There are a few what look to be alchemical components. You can't work out what they are in a quick glance, but she's clearly been brewing something up.
Oh dear. I'll use a standard action to investigate to see if any of them look dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
11.
You can tell that some of these components are not sold over the counter, shall we say.
Okay, as a bonus action, I grab one of the very illegal potions.
Dex saving throw, please.
Oh my god!
Very well. +3, 14?
You swipe this this vial from her shelf. No ill effects. You're
Yay!
okay.
Anytime Crispy pauses for more than 2 seconds,
I was about to say, it must be something special if it hits me now, because this is my spell DC.
and the damage is...
I like leaving you in suspense now and again.
A good thing to do if you're behind a screen is just play with the dice in those pauses.
Mm-hmm.
As if you're
So, the hag now realizes that she's probably not strong enough to kind of release herself from Titus's mighty grip normally. So, in a kind of an act of desperation, she's going to actually cast Thunder Wave centered on herself. So, a 15-foot cube, so it is going to catch Rulin well. So, Titus and Rulin, a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, shit.
Come on.
Am I safe from this, did you say?
Yes, you're safe, Triss. It's
amazing.
those two.
Is it so? With the ancestors, is this with disadvantage or?
No, this is that's only for attack rolls.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't affect spells, unfortunately.
So Titus, that's a success. So both of you succeed,
19.
and she's going to make the roll herself because obviously 10.
The 13 becomes a
fails it. Okay, so
that's what I'm talking about.
That kind of backfired there. So it's going to be 2d8, and you guys are going to take half, and then she's going to take full damage.
That's where I need a shield because that'd be zero.
12. So you guys both take 6 damage, but she takes a full 12. And more importantly, she is not Titus' grasp, and nobody is pushed back.
Good.
Titus,
legs.
You can feel it, like, although she's still struggling, it's starting to kind of weaken a bit.
Would you say it's? Would you say she's dying?
I wouldn't go that far. But Rulin, you're up.
Okay. Well, now that she's out in the open, it should be a little bit easier for Rulin. So you take a swing at her with this with advantage.
Hits.
Yeah.
So roll the dice for that.
Solid hit.
Plus your dex.
It's 6 damage.
6 damage to the hag, okay.
And then I'll spend 1 key point to do Flurry of Blows. That's 2 unarmed attack.
At advantage.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I'll just do them one at a time, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably killed so many foes like this. Me grappling them and you just Flurry of Blows.
So that one is a miss.
That's 16.
It's not going to do it, I'm afraid. And the second one. Also not going to do it, but
so 16 was a miss. Jesus.
Yeah.
She's tough, dude. She's
got quite thick skin. Okay, but you did manage to land a short sword blow.
Not bad.
Okay, Havel. Now you've kind of got this hag brought out into the open, so you're going to be rolling at advantage. She's already grappled, so it's. And it's a crit.
Jace, come on, dude!
Roll me.
Oh my god!
Roll me the damage, please.
Wow. Okay.
Holy shit! This is Havel's fucking.
Jason, as you kind of aim this longbow, you kind of release the arrow. It kind of whizzes by between Triss's duplicates, and it kind of lodges itself in this hag's eyeball. And Titus, you feel her go limp in your grasp. Well done. That was the killing blow.
Oh, let's go, dude!
Oh. I was really looking forward to using this!
Okay, well done, guys. From a fairly risky start with Torek isolated and in quite bad shape, you managed to pull it back, and some good tactics there. Good.
Oh man, I was planning when I shut the door behind me, I was to win that or lock the door, because if she tries the door, I could have shocking grasped the knob.
Yeah. Well, I think that would have worked if we were in like a townhouse, but it's like a odd hub. You have a point of having a lock. But yeah, well done.
Wow.
Okay, so as you
Jason.
kind of drop this hag, you kind of see that the body just kind of slumps down and starts to kind of immediately kind of fester and decay. It doesn't take long before it's just a pile of bones and kind of dried skin. But Torek, kind of, you're still in her hut, and you can further investigation. It looks to be that it's Noah who's been kind of cut up and dissected on her table. Connie is kind of still watching in the bush. She's seen all this unfold. It's probably scared her quite a lot, but she's kind of been rooted to the spot.
Brulin will walk back over to Connie to make sure she's alright.
I loot the hut.
So,
I loot.
Tarek, you realise that like a lot don't have much use in alchemy. They're purely for hexes and witchcraft. Although on closer examination, you realise the file that you've kind of grabbed contains like, you know, a mixture of saltpeter and kind of mercury nitrate.
Oh. So this would have definitely blinded her if I smashed it in her face. Neat.
It probably would have, yeah. So add that to your inventory.
It also goes into his journal. Walloping Arrows Mark II.
Yeah, but other than that, kind of a hag's hut doesn't really contain much of use. There's like a cauldron, but you've got a better one that you tend to mix potions in. Hers is clearly quite old, and she doesn't have much in the way of valuables because witches and hags don't really go in for that kind of stuff.
Oh god. I'll look on the body of the gentleman there, though, who's been mutilated, see if he's got anything on his person that I could use as proof of found the body.
So he has it's kind of in a lot of these poorer villages, instead of kind of wedding rings, kind of couples give to each other kind of wooden kind of braces. Not quite, they're a bit bigger than normal bracelets, but not full on kind of gauntlet kind of things. But this one's kind of got some carving in it that would probably be easily identifiable to his wife.
I see. Well, I'll take that off, and I'll suggest to the party walking out with the bracelet, I'll just be like, should we bury him?
We should not leave a body out in the open.
Will the wife want to bury him? Or are we best just burying him here?
I don't think I'd wish anyone to see a loved one in that state. If you haven't seen inside the house, I don't recommend it.
Yeah, let's bury him then in that case. I'll take your word for it.
God, the stench is horrible. And I just actually shut the door behind me.
Yeah, you've been in there for a reasonable while now.
Give me the shovel.
Could we potentially just burn the entire hut? It's like a cremation.
That's better. Yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely try that. Sure.
I've got produce flame. I don't know whether I can whether that would work.
Brulin also has a flask of oil that you can use to get the fire started.
One time I don't have grease prepared.
I had a penny for every time that.
Good one.
Okay, so with the oil applied liberally to Ching, Tris, when you produce flame, this hut goes up, and it's a blazing inferno in kind of seconds. You hear the inside like glass shattering as the heat cracks it, and the flame starts to go kind of different colours as these chemicals and components are absorbed in the fire. But the hut burns, and you're reasonably confident that it's enough to have cremated the body thoroughly.
Titus takes a knee and says a prayer to his ancestors, prays that he hopes his ancestors will accept him.
Mm-hmm. So Connie kind of comes out and goes and kind of holds Ruland's hand again. Mister, can we go home?
Yes, well, there's nothing else to keep us here. Havel, can you lead the way? So we make our way back?
So,
Yeah, let's go.
So, as you make your way back, you kind of follow the same path you took. It doesn't take you too long, Havel, to find your way back towards the village, and it's kind of clear that as you get closer, the forest is thinning out. Obviously, the kind of people have been logging here and there, and you find yourself kind of at the edge of a field where you kind of went into the woods.
Before we get back into the village proper as well, I've been talking to Connie along the way, and I just I ask her what her parents' names are, just so we know when we get back to the village.
Sorry, say again. Completely missed that.
I ask Connie what her parents' names are for when we get back to the village.
Yes, my parents. Their names are Marjorie and Albert.
Right. Okay. We'll find your mum and dad.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck, I just realised what happened. The hag manipulated the girl into luring the guy out of the village to eat the guy. Oh, that's fucked.
Maybe, who knows?
I don't know. Well, the girl says she
think-
hasn't been back to the village, so it might have been a little bit metagaming, but possibly the hag was taking the form of the little girl. I don't know.
It's one of those things that I'm glad I'm Titus right now, where he doesn't know.
Okay, so as you guys get back to the village, the kind of villagers obviously see you coming, and they kind of, two of them, obviously a man and a woman, kind of see this girl. They kind of run out and like, Connie, oh my god, it's you! And they kind of run, and it's clearly quite a moving scene. His parents being reunited with this child who they'd held a funeral for her. They thought she was dead. So it's I'm not going to try and voice act back because I don't think I could ever truly do that justice. But you kind of get the image here. And the woman whose husband was missing kind of looks to you kind of hopefully. Is any news about my Noah?
Ruland steps forward to deliver the bad news. I'm sorry. By the time we got there, we found the young girl, but Noah had already... he's passed into the beyond.
I see. Well, kind of falls to her knees, kind of. I don't know what I'll do. But you have done what you said you would, and for that I am grateful. And She kind of pulls out a coin purse. It's not much. We're not a wealthy village, but please take this. And she hands you a coin purse, and it contains 100 gold pieces in it. And thank you for looking. So as the rest of the village is kind of consoling her, the parents of Connie come up to you and say, I can't thank you enough for bringing my daughter back to me. It's not a lot, but please take this. And he kind of takes what looks to be an amulet with kind of an amber central piece to it. It was given to me by his father before him. Hopefully it'll do you as much good as it's done me. And he hands that over to Rulin, who is kind of doing the talking at this point.
I think I'm just going to walk up to the woman on her knees, to present the bracelet, and just walk away without just.
So as she
solemnly.
kind of looks at this, you see the tears well in her eyes, kind of starts quietly sobbing. A dignified manner. It's not wailing, but it's closure, even if it's not what she was looking for.
So, Rulin, I guess he's trying to put the last of his suspicions behind, and so turns to the father of the girl and says, "So you must be Albert then?" And goes to shake.
Yes, Albert's my name. He kind of grabs your hand and gives it a shake.
That finally puts it to bed for Rulin that the little girl is definitely a little girl and not a hag in disguise.
Would I do such a dastardly thing?
Yes!
Ye of little faith. We can have wholesome moments in this campaign.
Okay. So, as he takes the amulet, is
out.
there something particularly special about it? Or?
So you would probably, at this point, the best person to work that out would be or Torek.
It's got to be Chris, right?
Yeah, Rulin doesn't want the amulet to be disassembled, so he hands it to Triss.
Triss cast detect magic for him.
So there's magic there.
Oh, may I? May I?
No.
May I?
So, Triss, a Arcana check, if you will.
Sure thing. One moment.
We can roll what this is.
Got 10 plus 6, 16.
So you realize this amulet has some kind of proof against kind of scrying and detection magic. So it's a homebrew item, so I'll add myself once I've made it in D&D Beyond. But this amulet, if you need to make a stealth check against any means of magical detection, such as scrying or an alarm, then you'll do so at advantage once per long rest.
Ooh, snazzy. I'll pass that back to Rulin for now.
And it does not require a check, as a side note.
Okay.
Cool. So with your 100 gold and your amulets, you've completed the first contract.
Guys, good job, everyone. Holy shit. Fucking Jason over here with the crits. Oh,
There were so many crits.
it was 3 back to back. Oh my god. Yeah,
Boom.
that's insane.
A gang of cold-blooded thugs. Okay, so
Get some kind of loyalty stamp card.
are we heading back to head back to Care Irwin? Are we going to... What's the plan?
Willen wants to try something.
Rudin wants to try something.
If Crispy checks his DMs.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, secret!
Yes. Roll me the red dice, please.
I want to know what it is.
That's a plus
you
4.
succeed. You succeed.
Okay.
Okay, so you've obviously been the face man for this, so you've kind of will need to make a decision about who gets the amulet and how that loot is divvied up.
I suppose we've not really discussed that about. Do we want to have it's a little bit outside of the game here, but in a lot of campaigns, the thing to do is do a treasury kind of thing where everyone just pools all the money together and
at this point,
if we need to buy things.
Yeah, at this point, I'm entirely going to step back here. This is your loot. You do with it as you will.
So, well, that's it. Yeah, it's a very kind of context-sensitive sort of piece of equipment that, if we're trying to sneak into a certain place or what have you that we know is defended by magic, it's probably whoever's trying to do the sneaking, you would give it to them, kind of.
Well, we can definitely work that out. But so if I'll add it to Rulin's the carrier of it not being assigned, I guess.
Yeah. But then, in terms of money and whatever, obviously 50 out of that 100 gold is going to go back to the guild, isn't it, for our contribution?
Mm-hmm.
But then, to the rest of the group, I guess, if you guys want to do it this way, it's up to everyone. We can either do distribute the gold amongst ourselves equally, or we can have one pool of gold where someone will have a designated treasurer. And basically, the idea for that is if we go to a nice blacksmith, like when I was trying to buy that weapon before, then I might not be able to afford that by myself. So if we have a pool, we could say to buy Yendorn a brand new set of armor or to buy Rulin a new weapon, you pool all your gold together and you purchase it as a group, and then you just kind of you try and be fair about the whole thing and make sure everyone gets whatever items they need, just because they may not be able to afford it themselves, kind of thing. But it's up to everyone.
In Goliath tribe, we would buy Rulin a fancy stick.
I don't mean specifically for buying Rulin a weapon, because we still can't afford it anyway, the one that he wants, but I just mean does everyone want to keep all of their own gold? And it is kind of play to your character if your character is the kind of person that would want to keep their own gold,
I think Titus wouldn't care.
I mean, I feel that my character has quite a few gold expenses, and he wouldn't want to burden that on anyone else for now anyway. But, we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's just something, we don't have to pull it all now, but it's just something to think of in the future, kind of thing.
Yeah.
If we found an absolutely incredible axe for Titus that would give him massive advantage in combat, you've got to think of that as it will benefit everyone if Titus can do more damage and things like that,
So the way I see it is, I think probably Triss would prefer to be separate, would have money against money when the time came up.
I agree.
Yeah, but I think it would be a kind of separate until the need was kind of put right in front of her.
Yeah, so instead of standing agreement, just have it as case by case.
Yeah,
separate,
I think so.
But then when it's hey, this mega extra big shield that Titus could buy, that's 8 foot tall instead of 4.
Huh. Did anyone just hear a hint just now?
What?
I just heard the sound of a player really wanting something. No. I take. I think we should do separate, but then when it's a big thing that we're all going to benefit from, we should buy in. Person, I know we keep using Rulin and Titus as examples, but when Yendorn needs a big healing thing, that's going to be a lot more important than any of us.
Yeah, I
Well,
feel like it would be the kind of thing that would
that's a
maybe
good
be
point to
mentioned.
raise, yeah.
Or, you know, if someone ends up getting arrested and we need to post a bail, then it's kind of like... Alright, so we all add our own 10 gold each for now then. And Rulen will keep all of the 50 for the guild until we get back.
In which case you won't be adding 10 gold each, you'll be adding 8 gold each.
Oh, so it's not 50-50.
Well, it is, but if you've just done what you've said you wanted to do. Unless that was coming out of your own coin.
Oh, yeah, that other thing was mine.
Oh, in case, yeah, everybody gets for 10.
Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, what?
No, nothing. Everyone gets 10 gold.
Everybody add 10 gold to inventory.
Quarter weapon this guy? Did that just appear there?
Okay, so with the loot divvied up, you guys make your way back to Caer Emlyn. Despite a few kind of rustles in the forest and the occasional grunt, you don't actually get much in the way of interference as you're going. You're not too far out. Most of the big monsters have been cleared by hunters nearby. And you make it back to Caer Emlyn, where you'll long rest, I assume, and we will end the session. But yeah, well done, guys. First contract down as proper members of the order.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
Hey, yeah, guys. That was awesome.
Lovely.
I know it's not much gold, but it was a poor
Did
village.
the recording make it?